silly intro.
Get a new joke, please. We're live. All right. Hello, everybody.
Everyone.
Hi.
Somebody check the
doing
stream to make sure all of the sounding's good. How's the
It
sounds?
sounds good on this end.
Okay, cool. I'm wondering if on Twitch end it's okie dokie, smoky.
Nah, you're good.
Just a forewarning for everybody who is listening in. If I sound fucking wretched, it's because Richmond is in the top 10 for worst in the country for pollen. So keep that in mind. And it's spring. I'm dying.
Oh.
Welcome to pollen hell. Everything is yellow. It's like
Welcome to hell.
it's like the Mexico filter, but worse. A physical Mexico filter that's killing me. Anyways. If you remember...
I'm discussing how loud I am because I heard last stream I was going through and I was like, wow, I'm really quiet. So, hold on.
Okay. It sounds like you are pretty alright volume-wise.
Yeah, you sound good on this end.
Okay.
Alright.
It might have been I was
yeah.
really quiet last stream. I don't know.
Yeah.
You seemed kind of tired. Just towards the end, at least.
Did.
You were sleepy. The sleepy.
Could you tell that I'm at this point constantly tired?
Yeah, I think it's all of us.
We're all
I think
constantly
that's just all of
tired.
us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we are. 2 of us are in college. 2 of us are working. A bunch of us are depressed.
Yeah. And
I think all of us are depressed.
All of us are gay.
I'm 21 going on 35, so if that tells you anything.
Put that on a shirt. Put that on a shirt.
Haha. No one could afford it. Yeah, we need to have funny lines for the other 3 of you.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll come with time.
Yeah.
They'll come
They
with
will.
time.
Eventually it'll just be a full page of just stupid shit on the screen.
Exactly.
As it should
Page
be.
will be full.
Alright, as you all remember, most likely, where we left off last session, Commander Baraka had just given you the okay to go down to the Temple of Abelet. But,
That's right.
with the stipulation, you only have 3 hours. And if you are not back at the, base of the ships within those 3 hours, you'll get left behind.
Oh.
Left to brave the desert and possibly die out there without any water or food, as it is isolated. And the nearest water
And the
is
desert.
the ocean. But there is a hope that what you may find in the temple itself is a person that many of you saw through the spyglass, lurking around in the shadows of the crumbling temple. How someone could survive out there is beyond all of you, but your morals implore you to seek out this person to try to rescue them. And despite Baraka's cold exterior, she agrees with you in wanting to rescue them. So, that is where we begin today. Baraka has ordered that men follow you down to the ground and are stationed there, and they will help you back up onto the city when you return. Currently, you are just waiting for Baraka to lower you down on a pulley system. She has given all of you full canteens of fresh water and told her soldiers that if you need help, give them a signal and they will come to your aid. But other than that, also, who the fuck is making noise? Ethan, is your end all making noises?
I think it might be Ethan.
Ethan, what's going on, buddy? My friend, my pal.
Yeah, that sounds like there's rustling.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was happening?
I think I
Yeah,
turned
what
up
was going on?
my noise reduction and our dishwasher's gone.
Oh.
Oof.
And we have an open floor plan.
Ah.
And so I'm
Yeah.
in the kitchen.
Ah.
Yeah. Okay, I was
I
just
was
wondering and confused.
Yep, I didn't know if you guys heard that or not, so.
Yeah.
We don't
I would also like to mention, as mentioned by Jade in the Twitch chat, we did have a stream. Our last stream was on Saturday instead of Thursday. The group decided that they wanted to have another session to continue the bar hopping, so that this week we could continue more with plot. So basically, last Saturday was a bit of a filler episode.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was originally brought up by Song in our Discord chat, but
Yes.
he is muted right now, so I put it in the chat just in case.
Yes. Thank you to both of you for bringing that up. Hopefully, I have, just today, I have sent all the VODs to be uploaded to my YouTube channel, so hopefully by tomorrow, all of the sessions, except for tonight's, will be available to watch on my YouTube.
Yeah.
I will have to follow you, bud.
I have a playlist, and, yeah. Same name, Arrow
Subscribe to
Sinclair.
Arrows.
I think that they are up there. Like, I wouldn't hear YouTube channels, so I think...
Yeah, okay. I just hadn't checked in a minute. I had done that earlier today.
Oh, it
But-
looks like they're up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It should be
Mm,
sessions
okay.
0 through 10 that
Yep.
are there. And,
Yes. It looks like
yes.
the order's a little weird, but they are there.
Yeah, it does that sometimes. Because Twitch will just export them, like, whichever one takes less time, it gets put up first.
Subscribe to Arrows.
Yeah. Okay. So,
Subscribe.
the party, all of you, are currently waiting on a little platform for Commander Barca to give the okay for all of you to go down into the desert. She has put down the anchors. And, well, you're just waiting right now. Is there anything you would like to say to one another?
Lena's probably fidgeting a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
She's a bit nervous.
Is she pacing like she always is?
She's not pacing yet.
Yeah.
It's more like nervous fidgeting.
Yeah.
With like her...
It's not really stressful enough for pacing yet.
Yeah, not yet. Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, I mean,
But
she's never done
knowing the
anything like this
campaign,
before.
shit's
She's
gonna
never
go
done,
down.
Like, she's never done like proper field work like this before. It's both a combination of nervousness and excitement.
Woo.
I'm trying to bide a
Okay,
little
gotcha.
time until Song can get back home.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
problem.
Honestly.
Tigog's
Run.
probably
No,
Tigog's
don't make him run. Don't run, Song,
Run,
please.
boy, run. This world is not meant for you.
We don't want him sweaty and out of breath when he gets back home.
yeah. Tigog's
Yeah.
probably just looking off into the distance. at the
dramatically.
temple. Got the good lighting.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Get the
Her
good
hair probably
lighting.
looks really good in sunlight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just dramatically looking off into the distance, like ever so slightly away from the camera. You know that look. You know that look.
Dramatic,
Very slight breeze to move the hair a bit. Or
dramatic
it moves
thumbnail.
naturally, whichever you choose.
Yeah, cause
Cause fire.
Oh
Alright.
And also because she's the grumpy one, so of course
Yes.
she can look off dramatically into the distance and make it seem cool.
Brooding.
my god. Yeah.
Brooding, that's it.
Yeah, dark and brooding.
Taegok, on your side, Nyoka comes up to you and he turns towards you and says, "So, who do you think's down there?"
I don't know. The fact that I saw something down there is kind of concerning.
Yeah. Whoever it is must be a pretty skilled survivor to be able to brave these harsh environments.
Exactly.
But even still, they're probably not at the peak of their strength, considering.
Well, whatever it is, it's worth taking a look.
Yeah. He nods. And then does not say anything else. You hear...
Continue dramatically looking into the distance.
all of you hear the footsteps behind you and turn to see Commander Verica. She stands before you, arms crossed, and says, "All right, it's about time for y'all to go down. You have 3 hours, as I said before." And then she extends her hand, holding out a small pocket watch that doubles as a compass. Don't forget, or you'll be left behind. And I'd rather not do that.
Thank you, Commander.
She nods very briefly before stepping back off the platform. She gives a nod to her soldiers as they lower the platform you are on. And slowly but surely, you are lowered down into the desert. You feel the hot winds whipping against your face more and more as you near the ground. The sand burns as it rakes across your skin. You,
Albert's probably hating this.
unfortunately, yes, poor little
Colbert-
fish boy.
Yeah, poor Colbert.
Does he even have shoes?
He doesn't even have shoes.
I don't think he does have shoes.
I have shoes. Do I have shoes?
I don't think you have shoes, bud.
Oh no.
Crap.
Oh, and Kalina's gonna have to try and get through that, like, get through the desert with heels.
Why do you have heels?
Because she always has heels.
Why?
She's never done field work like this.
Well, Kalina, if you would like,
Why
you
didn't
can
we talk
say...
about this before we left?
Would any of you like to comment on if you had changed your outfits before? We will just say for a little bit of,
Filler.
time
Yeah,
skip.
like filler. Yeah, like time skip. Just like first we changed our clothes and then we
Mm-hmm.
did this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Kalina would probably wear.
Colbert put shoes on.
He actually put shoes on. Yeah.
I'm bringing my my like cloak thing because you need to cover up in the desert.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Kalina will do the same, and she's definitely changing out of the heels for more of a flat shoe.
Yeah.
I feel like Fen just kind of stays in my normal wear
Yeah.
because it's pretty like general use. I feel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably go for something a lot lighter.
Yeah.
Because I think I probably have the heaviest
Mhm.
stuff out of all of us.
Mm-hmm.
But then again,
Literally
the heat
wise in,
does
like,
not
the
affect
fabric,
you.
But also armor.
But then again, Tagak, fortunate for you, the heat does not affect you as much.
Hell yeah!
Because fire.
Mm-hmm.
Haha. I think I have fire resistance.
Yes, you do.
God.
Ha.
That is like I remember in the critical role, someone bought a fire resistant ring, and immediately Tal, he's peak goth by the way, he's like, oh my god, that is something that every goth wants to have, and it's like, so you can go the option for the ultimate peak goth. He doesn't bother you. You can wear black every single day.
That sounds great.
All right. As far as the others go, Nyoka has not really changed much at all. He has only removed the ever so slight heel from his boot, making it more flat. And Clement has his cloak on, and he has also brought a small mask that covers up the lower half of his face. He had said to you earlier, I don't want to be combing sand out of my beard for the next 3 days.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
makes sense. That would
That's a-
suck.
Yeah, that would really suck.
Oh, that would
That
suck.
would be itchy.
Getting sand
would
in
be
your
so
mustache.
gross.
Every time you eat, there's sand in your food.
Ugh.
Suffering. You finally feel the platform you are on softly thump against the ground as the sand displaces around it. The guards say to you, well, we'll be waiting here, and in 3 hours, we hope to see you again.
Me too.
See you later.
They all
Yeah,
give you
Kalina just nods.
polite nods. I don't know why XP's still in break room chat.
Yeah, why is he still there?
Why are you still there,
He
buddy?
gone.
He's
He
gone.
gone.
He
Okay.
gone.
He gone.
And with that, now begins your little quest. Nyoka is the first one to step off of the platform and into the desert. And it seems that he is ignoring all of you, as he does not even say anything as he walks off.
Guess Kalina will go next. Let me check. At the very least, she gets up the platform.
Copper does too.
I follow along.
We're all gonna move.
We're all moving.
Oh no. We have a wolf in the desert.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Wait, is
The
Asumi
fur.
What?
Did you bring your wolf into the
Did
desert?
you bring your wolf?
I'm going to say I'm going to leave the wolf here.
Okay.
Ask
leave her back on
Asumi
the
to
ship.
I would feel
Please.
really bad about it.
her poor little pop heads.
Yeah, we're all
And the
dead.
sheer amount of sand that would be in her fur.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh,
She
God.
shakes
Oh,
once and
fur.
everything is covered in sand. Horrible.
Blinded.
She would also
Sand attack.
not be feeling too good
Asumi's
heat-wise.
staying with the commander.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Sand
wolf is
attack.
staying.
Baraka is
Yep.
puppy sitting.
Yeah. I'm not the happiest about it, but I'm also like,
Sacrifices must be made for the health
Yes.
of dog.
yes.
Yes.
From where all of you stand now at the base of the ships, the temple is about a little bit less than a quarter mile from where you are. It is a little bit of a trudge, but it seems that most of the sand is rather flat. Not many dunes are where you currently are, though you notice that farther out from the temple itself, the dunes seem to rise, causing a bit of a bowl surrounding the structure. Unfortunately, this causes it to, well, become a dust bowl, as all the sand seems to whip around it, being trapped within this divot in the ground where it lays.
Oh boy.
As you all near closer and closer to the temple itself, you begin to notice that the closer you get to the temple, the more you see the remnants of structures jutting from the sand. What looks like old foundations of buildings.
Alina, she takes notice of this and she immediately pulls out her notebook and just starts jotting stuff down. She doesn't say anything, but she's excited. She's excited.
Wow.
I think she always carries that on her. Miss
Yeah, she
never
always
been in the
has it.
field.
But, like, she's always busy with her job.
Yeah, I know. I just like making fun of you and your character.
I know.
Before long, you are almost to the outer walls of the temple that shield it from the harsh winds and stinging sand. You notice that these building remnants and rubble are a little more intact here, and as you pass by what look like old rooms of houses, you think for a moment that you see bones sticking up out of the sand.
Boy, oh dear.
Nyoka says to all of you, most temples had cities surrounding them. Most people must have left after he vanished.
That would make sense. Alina says.
He looks sadly at the... Oh, God.
Foxy, I think you're
We
really
can't
quiet.
talk at the same time,
okay?
Jesus!
Quiet.
You're pretty quiet,
We're
even.
Yeah, I
Like-
did. I was leaning a bit away from my microphone. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Double check your mic if the volume thing is low.
No, it should be good.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
on the physical mic.
Yeah, it's good. The input volume's all the way
Alright.
up. I was just leaning away from the mic.
And we were both fucking talking over each other. Like,
Yeah.
somehow neither of us just... God. What? You first, Foxy.
Okay. Yeah, Kalina, like, she's looking at the surrounding, like, ruins of the houses, and she just frowns and says, "It's a shame, really. It's all in good waste. It looked quite beautiful. Would have loved to see it."
Nyoka gives a half-hearted smile and says, "Father told me it used to be rather grand." And then he looks down at the rubble as well, eyes passing over the remains of people who used to live there. I guess some people never gave up hope, though. And unfortunately, it led them to their graves. That's true. Nyoka suddenly stops, and he turns his gaze upwards. You notice that you are all standing before the grand archway that leads into the temple. There is a crest carved in to the stone above. A sun with its rays shining out the crest of Avalon.
Pretty.
Yes, architecture.
Kalina immediately draws this in her notebook.
Oh, of course she does.
She is basically Lilith Clawthorne.
Mm-hmm.
Nerded. Season 2
But-
edition.
Season 2 edition. We don't talk about season 1 Lilith.
Yeah, we don't talk about season 1.
We don't talk about
Lilith.
season 1 Lilith.
I mean, good character, season 1 Lilith, but also...
Bitch!
Hush, my children.
Or nerds, okay?
Yes. I know you are. Nyoka, without a word, continues into the temple. As all of you follow, you look around at this place. You see that the floors are covered in sand, but you can still faintly make out the old mosaics that used to be there. Beautiful tiles of golds, reds, and oranges. And beautiful painted walls that have since faded and chipped away. Everything seems very, very sad, almost. The draperies that still hang from the highest points are rotted away, merely tatters and threads now.
Can I make a perception check to see if there's any like carvings on the walls or like any scripts at all?
Yes.
Alright. Perception. Okay, not bad. 12 base plus 2, that's a 14.
Alright.
That's solid.
Kalina, as you look around this old temple, you see faint patterns and carvings along the walls and in the mosaic floors. They all seem reminiscent of rays of light, sun, and depictions of the Arius tree.
quite pretty for being ruins.
Okay, I'm gonna percent internet cut out when you started talking, Eros, and I missed
Oh
all of it.
no.
Oh gosh.
Ugh.
Sun, rays of light, depictions of the Arius tree
Oh, okay.
in patterns on the floors and the walls. Very faint, but still somewhat recognizable.
Yeah.
As you are looking at these beautiful patterns, you also notice something quite odd.
Oh.
The areas that are not covered by sand on the floor do not seem extremely natural. They feel more carefully swept, almost. As if somebody has walked in a path many, many times.
Selena, like, she mutters to herself as she looks at this path, like this pathway.
Well,
Go
as-
Bart next.
Well, make a roll on perception.
Where's oh my dice are on the other side of the room. Give me a second.
If anybody else would like to make a roll on perception, you may do so.
Wait, what?
If
I
anybody
think
would,
I'll make a perception. I think I'll do a perception check.
I'll do one. I
because
just got a natural 20.
Plus I have a +4.
did you use the correct command? Because you've done that before multiple times where you
I
did the
know that.
correct
Yeah,
command.
you've done that.
I did it once before.
It looks
Okay.
That is the
It's,
correct.
it's the right command, okay. Okay.
I have a 15 base, but it's a total of 19 because I have +4 in perception.
Okay.
I had a 16 base plus 2, so it's a total of 18.
Alright.
Nice.
After
Fine,
Kalina
good roll.
points this out, all of you notice that indeed there are very clearly marked paths on the floors where the sand is not. And they seem to be arcing all and leading to one particular point. A dark doorway on the other side of the room that seems to descend down further into the temple itself. Nyoka speaks up and he says, I think that's the audience room.
What's an audience room? This is out of character.
Well,
I don't know things.
ask.
Selena, like, she, like, perks her head up at this. She's like, audience room?
Well, it's a place in temples where you seek audience with the god.
Ah,
It's
I
a private place where you may have your conversations and it seems that all the paths are leading down there, he says as he takes a step forward towards it.
At least we know that someone's definitely here.
Yeah.
Cole has been here recently, which is a little
But are
less
they friendly?
likely.
Well, I'm going to find out, really.
Nyoka turns his head back to all of you and says, should we go?
See, why not? We still have time, right? Wait, Kalina, she actually is gonna look at the
It has been a little over an hour since you have
over an
touched ground on the desert.
Oh boy.
Alright. It's been an hour already, damn.
Seriously?
Let us go.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta go.
Onward,
Like, I'm
brave
guessing it took
heroes.
us like maybe like 20 minutes to get to the temple once we landed. Like, on foot.
Yeah.
Yeah. You did travel a little slower than you would have if it weren't in a desert, just because of the winds. And it's
Yeah.
hard to walk through soft sand.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just Selena, she just puts the watch away and says, yes, we do have time. Not too long though. We only have 2 hours left.
Nyoka nods, and then he turns back towards the doorway and steps into the shadows, waiting for all of you to follow.
I shall follow.
So shall I. 'Cause that's my bodyguard.
Which is why I went first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, behind Nyoka, but still.
Gotta protect your paycheck.
As all of you follow Nyoka down the stairs, you find that the stairway actually curves, and in the dark, it is hard to see exactly how much farther you have to go.
Does Agok give off light?
Her light
Or can I? Because I do have magic.
Yeah, you do have the fire magic now.
I have magic now, and I think I have torches on me.
The only thing that is giving off light currently is the
Lemon.
ever faint light of Clement's face, which is partially
Yeah.
covered. It really only allows you to see his face and a little bit of his cloak that is being shown.
Okay, I have torches on me.
Don't a lot of us have dark vision?
No.
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 No. The only person that has dark vision here is Nyoka.
Oh,
I'm so used to
That makes
D&D
sense.
where literally everyone has dark vision.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're used to
I mean-
our old party where the entire party has dark vision.
I can change into a creature that possibly has dark vision.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do have wild shape.
That is true.
Careful and not use it. Use it
Should we find something dangerous down here?
I mean, maybe, yeah.
could I cast create bonfire onto my torch?
You could, yes, but
I don't know.
I mean,
Oh.
you could also just
Be a big
cast
of a fire.
a flame, just a general small flames
Yeah,
spell.
cantrip.
Yeah, produce
Like,
flame.
I do also.
That wasn't
produce
an-
flame.
It wasn't any of the options that I had. I have control flames, create bonfire, and firebolt. I couldn't find a produce flames.
Really?
It wasn't listed.
That's weird.
That, and that's because it's how do you say
Technically a druidic one.
it? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What's difficult about like using the wizard class is that it doesn't have all of the spells for like fire stuff or water stuff. So it's a bit more trickier.
I do have produced flame.
I think we can just say that Takeout just has the ability to do that.
doesn't need to be listed. She can
Yeah.
do fire
Yeah.
stuff. I can do water stuff.
Yeah.
We'll figure out later.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, I make fire.
Yeah.
You have to focus because this is your first time doing it on your own. Without
Right.
the library guy.
Do I have to roll anything?
I'm just gonna say, since this is in your first few times doing this, just
Yeah.
roll a d20. No
Not for
modifier.
anything specifically.
Nope,
Just
just
20?
modifier. No modifier, just straight d20.
Please be a good roll. An 8.
All right.
Is it gonna be like when you're trying to light a lighter and it's just sparks? It's just like, come on, come on, come on.
Come on. I just want to light the candle, bitch.
Tegak, you hold your torch up close to your hand and focus really, really hard. You see just a tiny little flicker of a flame, and you hold it close to the torch, but before it can catch on, it fizzles out and leaves you with only a little puff of smoke.
Damn it. Gonna have to get used to this.
Well, you did just get that ability. Doesn't exactly surprise me, but you need to practice a little bit. No offense.
Yeah. It's fine. Anyone else know fire magic?
I have produced flame.
You want to give it a shot?
Sure.
So, you don't even need to roll for this one, of course, Fen, since it's like, you know,
Okay.
an actual spell.
Yes, it is a cantrip I have.
Yeah. Tegak. In the dark, you need to find Fen. Even you hear their voice, but you don't know exactly where they are. You need to find them and hand the torch to them so that they may light it.
Wouldn't
Okay.
I be able, because I can hold the flame in my hand. It says a flickering flame appears in my hand, in your hand.
Mhm.
So, like, if I hold that, wouldn't that kind of light things up enough that Tegak can find me?
Yeah.
Okay. So then, yep, so I produce flame, hold in my hand.
Tegak.
Turn around or whatever.
Yeah. You turn around and you see Fen illuminated by a small flame that they are holding in their hand.
Ah, there you are.
Not entirely small, it's a 10-foot radius, apparently.
Dying.
Really bright.
Yeah.
And enjoy the atmosphere.
The vibes.
Yes.
I hold out the torch to them. Or just hand it over, honestly.
Yeah, I light the torch.
Alright. Fen, do you hold the torch and light the way, or do you hand it back to Tegak, who is more at the front of the group?
I guess I'll take the torch, so that way Tegak has hands free,
Alright.
if, like, need be.
Mm-hmm.
So
Gotcha.
then I'll kind of squeeze my way to the front with the torch.
Alright.
Torches last for an hour, providing bright light in a 20-foot radius, and dim light for an additional 20 feet.
Mm-hmm.
They can also do a melee attack that deals 1 fire damage. Should I decrease the amount of torches I have in my inventory?
Yes. And then, Fen, if you'd like, you could add the torch item to your inventory.
Okay. And then I do actually also have a torch of my own.
Yes, so now you have 2.
Nice.
1 unlit and 1 lit.
I also have a lot more.
Blaze it.
Blaze it.
Yo!
Fen, you wiggle your way behind Nyoka standing right behind him and illuminating ahead of him and for the rest of the group. And you all continue down the stairwell. And it seems that this is a rather deep stairwell. It goes on for quite a bit, and as you go further and further, the stairs and walls begin to look less and less weathered, more protected from the elements. You see the beautiful patterns that are painted on the wall more clearly now. You can see the gold paints that still shimmer even now in your torchlight.
Some good paint.
Helena sees this in her eyes wide. Oh, these are beautiful. They must be so far underground that the sandstones can't even reach these.
Yeah, and it's so cold that, well, the heat doesn't affect it either. At saying this, all of you notice that since you have descended down the stairwell, it has gotten progressively cooler as you have descended. The heat of the day does not reach this far. It's like a cool cellar.
I'm doing great. I have a crystal.
It's not uncomfortable, but
Yeah, not uncomfortable.
it's
cold.
definitely refreshing compared to the harsh heat of the above ground.
I know, but if it's going to go any further, it's going to get cold.
Yeah.
I'm doing great.
Nyoka slows his pace before he pauses, and you all notice that he has paused at the doorway. You have reached the bottom of the stairs. And before you lays the audience room. Nyoka is fully blocking the doorway, and he stands between all of you and moving forward.
You did?
You alright?
I don't know. I just get weird vibes. It's probably nothing. Let's continue. With caution, of course.
Well, it is the abandoned temple of his uncle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's gotta be kind of
Yeah,
weird.
it's gotta be a little awkward.
It's gotta be a little weird. Regardless of the fact that it's a god.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is his uncle
Yeah, that's who's been gone.
for thousands of years.
Yeah.
Yes. Nyoka steps forward into the room, and you all follow suit. The torch illuminates the room, and you see that it is like a time capsule, almost. You see the beautiful draperies with all of their fanciful embroideries that still hang from the walls and ceilings. The old cushions on the floor and tables laid out with different artifacts.
Oh, Kalena's going to freak out. Oh my god.
Nerd mode activate.
Nerd mode activated.
You're not activated.
She's just gonna see all of this. And just the grin on her face just goes so wide and her eyes are so wide. Oh Hi, Stas. And then she goes off and just starts looking at everything so excited. She's jotting stuff down like a maniac.
No.
And she's just going on nerdy tangents that no one can really understand.
As all of you are simply observing the room in mostly silence, except for the happy little ramblings of Kalina as she observes the different artifacts. Tagok, you take notice of something that is against the far back wall. It is
Oh.
still in dim light, but you can make out what seems like a figure that is sitting on
Oh.
a pedestal.
Oh.
It does not move.
As in like a person figure, or just like a shape figure?
It looks like a person from what you can see. It looks like a person that is sitting cross-legged on this pedestal at the far end of the room.
I guess, Fen, since I have the light, I'm gonna walk towards them. Or walk towards the person. Like,
Yeah, I would
Where
like
are
to
you?
walk towards it.
Fen and Tagok, as you bring the torchlight closer, you are shocked to find that this person is no longer alive.
Oh.
But their body has been so well preserved that it looks as if they were alive not too long ago. Their body is older and more wrinkled. They wear the clothes of a worshipper. And their face is serene and peaceful, their eyes closed and head lowered. They looked as if they were meditating in their last moments.
can I go up to the body and do like a perception check just to see if there's anything weird about it?
Poke.
Don't
Alright.
poke it.
Don't poke
Don't
it.
poke it.
Don't poke it.
Alright, of course. Go ahead,
It's a
Fen.
rule. We don't poke anything.
I got
You
a
are
10.
keep Clement far
Okay.
away.
Fen, you near the body with the torch and you hold the light closer to them. The only thing you really notice about the body is that their clothes seem to be very well kept. And they don't look to be covered in dust. It looks as if somebody has been taking care of the remains, almost.
Interesting.
Anybody else in the group see this? Like what Tagok and Ben have discovered?
Clement has taken notice and is watching from behind Tagok, rather cautiously.
Okay.
And Nyoka is off looking at some of the different artifacts, but it seems that he may have noticed the corpse, but has not really taken any action on it.
I don't think Kalina would have noticed. She's too busy on her nerve rambles. She's too busy.
Colbart?
what was the question?
Have you noticed the corpse that Fen and Tegak are kind of investigating?
Probably would have. It's a corpse.
Fair.
I mean, to be fair, though, they kind of look like they're asleep, so.
Would anybody else like to take a closer look at said corpse?
I'll do it.
Alright.
I'm over there. I've got good perception.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I've seen dead people before.
Ethan, no, you are not allowed to poke it.
Ethan, I'm gonna quote some Bloodborne at you. A corpse should be left well alone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Leave the corpse alone and do not poke it with a stick.
Yes. What did you get,
18 base
Tegak?
plus 4.
Hey yo. So
Yeah.
22.
That's a 22.
Okay.
That's a
Uh,
22. I love my perception check. It's great.
Yeah.
Good job on
Tegak,
wisdom.
you near the corpse and you look at them and the pedestal that they are on. You can tell that this pedestal was not really originally made for this person. It really doesn't look like it. It looks more like a pedestal where you would leave offerings for someone. Most likely for Abelet. So, why is this person sitting here? You take a close look at their body, what they're wearing, just all of them. You see a very old looking tarnished gold band on their ring finger, as their hands are neatly folded in their lap. The hand with the ring is placed on top.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
Like I-
take that. That is
Like at a
asking for a curse right there.
Like, that's
You
what
don't-
they do at funerals. Like, if someone's, like, they usually have the left hand over the right at funerals, like, in an open casket, because, like, by the time someone's died, like, usually they got buried.
Mm-hmm.
Why do I
Yeah.
know that?
Because
Why do
you're
I
a
know
weirdo.
that?
Of course you know that.
Why do I know?
Because you
No,
watch
it's like-
lots of
uh,
things.
No, Song, it's not for the reason you're thinking. Because the one you're thinking, it wasn't an open casket.
We were all thinking it, but we weren't gonna say anything.
What? It wasn't an open casket.
Yeah. Alright. We're not gonna dwell on that, okay?
And I'm not sad about it.
I know, but...
Like, I get it. Anyway,
Tegak,
Anyway,
you are... As you are looking at the corpse, you notice that Nyoka gets closer to you. Though he is not looking at you, he is looking to the entrance of the room.
well, it looks like they went peacefully.
Yeah? Probably old age. Maybe they were a last worshipper or groundskeeper who refused to leave.
Seems like, I don't know, they were placed here, though. This pedestal doesn't look like something a person would normally sit on.
Yeah, you're right, but why would they be here? Or be placed here, and who did it?
I'm not sure. But
Has Kalina
we should leave them well alone.
Agreed. Kalina, you notice that Tagok and Nyoka are talking about something, and you turn to them and see that Tagok, Nyoka, and Fen are standing by a pedestal, and you then notice the mummified corpse sitting on it.
Her eyes just widen at that. Wait. Oh dear.
Well, we're not bothering anyone.
Yes, that's true. Why are they there, though? That pedestal looks more like it's for offerings, not sitting on.
That's what we were thinking.
Kalina,
Kalina, like, yeah,
Oh.
sorry, go ahead.
Kalina, as you are talking to Tagok, you notice that Nyoka is looking increasingly more uneasy. His hand is resting rather firmly on his side sword that he keeps. He has opted to bring this rather than his bow.
Kalina, she does take notice of this. Yoka? Something wrong?
Very.
Wait. Did you see something?
I don't see anything or hear anything, but I feel it. Everybody be still.
Oh. Kalina does so. Oh no.
Yep, as still as I can.
As all of you
Yep.
still your movements and keep silent, you begin to hear something. It's coming from the stairwell, and it sounds like soft footsteps. And the faint dragging of something along the stone.
Oh boy.
As the footsteps near closer, as they echo off of the passageway, you hear faint hissing and rattling.
What? What?
Oh dear.
Kalina, like, she looks over at, like, between Yoka and Tagok. Like, she doesn't say anything, but as if to say, did you hear that? Am I crazy?
Nyoka looks over to you, and in his eyes, you can tell that he heard it too, although he does not make any gestures to say otherwise.
Oh boy. Kalina is resisting the urge to pace. Oh god.
From where you stand in the audience hall, the doorway is just out of the light of the torch. It is
Oh boy.
concealed.
Is there any place to hide, or is this just an open room?
It is an open room. There are pillars and tables with the artifacts on them, but they're pushed fairly close to the walls. But now that you think to hide, the footsteps are very close now. They must be almost at the very end of the corridor.
Oh boy.
Your cat's fucking screaming, Ethan. I can hear you giggling.
I mean, I don't know if it's picking up on the Discord.
The cat's not, but I can kind of hear you laughing.
Yeah. Maybe it's picking up on the screams end, I don't know.
What?
It kind of sounded like you were stifling laughter a little bit.
Oh
Yeah.
it was. I really heard about first out laughing. You're talking
Like during this
seriously.
intense moment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you just hear the faint
Oh my God, it's
meows
just
in the background.
sitting in our entryway, I'm guessing, and just screaming, and I'm like, oh my god, why?
Joey's cameo in Scar's episode.
Oi! Oi oi! Silence. Order in the court, damn it.
Yes, let's go back.
Suddenly, the footsteps still completely, and you are all left in silence, looking at the doorway. You can hear breathing from the other end of the room.
I'm gonna rest my hand on my hilt.
Oh god.
I'm gonna hide.
I switch the
In the
torch
room of nothing.
to my left hand and kind of pull out my quarterstaff.
Alina
Or
doesn't
we
have
don't
much,
really.
but she has a pencil. She'll pull it on Wick if she has
Didn't,
to.
didn't I give you a dagger?
Yeah, you gave me a dagger, but I'm not holding the dagger. She isn't thinking to do that right now.
A voice
Yes, I will hide.
A voice suddenly comes from that shadowy doorway. And as it does, you all shiver as the room feels colder.
Oh god.
You mortals should not be here.
Alina is not going to say anything. She is just terrified.
And why should that be?
As you say that, something starts to appear in the darkness. A pair of eyes.
Why'd I do that?
Oh god. Why?
Ah! I was trying to fake confidence.
The eyes are a dull gold. The pupils narrow as they glare at you.
I mean, she doesn't say that out loud, but that's just
Am
more
I
me.
hidden?
That's just more me.
Can I make a stealth check to hide? Because I want to make sure I'm hiding.
Sure. Hide, child.
See, my brain's like, Abelet? he has gold eyes.
19 to hide.
Alright. You duck behind one of the pillars that is closest to you, trying to hide while also still get a fairly decent glance at whomever the intruder is. The eyes that stare back at all of you narrow. They are angry. They are cold and unforgiving. The voice snaps back at you, Tagok. You have quite a lot of nerve.
just exploring.
What kind of research should you have here?
Research on the circuit boards. We know that Abarad's been going for thousands of years, but we figured that there would be something here.
The eyes close as you hear a huff, almost as if the person is laughing. They give a half-hearted laugh that seems to turn into a wheeze. Their voice has not been used, it seems, in a long time. Well, so it would seem. And you hear the footsteps again, and a figure comes into the light. I am doing my things, so.
The name of the. Oh my god. What? Okay.
Wait.
Oh my.
The
Wait.
figure that steps into the light is very, very weak looking compared to what you would assume this person you know to be would look like. His skin is dulled, scarred, and rough. His once shining gold hair is a tangled, dirtied mess that drags along the floor. The remnants of his lordly clothing are tattered and worn with age and neglect. His chest and shoulders are obscured by an old tapestry that he has flung upon himself.
Does Kalina recognize him?
Of course you do. You all recognize him, in fact. This is...
I am gonna bow.
Same here.
I am gonna bow.
Same here. Oh my god.
Ah!
Still did it.
because...
Stop.
Because before you all, looming in the shadows, just in the light, stands Abelet, the serpent god of light itself.
Kalina's gonna bow.
I am gonna bow.
As you bow, he steps forward wordlessly, and then when he reaches you, he says, "There's no need to bow. I'm no lord anymore."
You're still a god. We didn't think we'd see you again. It's an honor.
We meant no disrespect.
He simply looks down at you. His eyes are tired. He looks much older than all of the depictions you had ever seen of him. And he just says, "I didn't think anyone would be brave enough to come all the way out here. Or stupid enough. But it seems you found me. So, what is your research for, I wonder?"
She does look over at Magok and like between the other members of the group, because like she could tell him, right?
Yeah, yeah. He is one of the Serpent Lords.
Yeah, he is one of the Serpent Lords.
Gotta talk to him eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is regarding his brother.
Yeah. 'Cause, like,
Yeah.
his brother wanted us to look for him.
And
He was worried.
side quest complete, I guess.
Yeah,
I
was
was
there too.
complete. But yeah, like
Side quest,
Kalina,
find Abelit.
yeah, Kalina, she I guess she just looks up and slowly stands up as she speaks. Well, our research is, well, we were sent on it by your brother. Hey.
His eyes were distant before, not really looking at anything, but at the mention of his brother, they snap down to you. He doesn't say anything, but he now watches you with interest.
See, Cain has gotten weaker, much weaker, and he wants us to find a way to keep him from, well, dying. And he thought that us going to all the temples of the Serpent Lords would be beneficial. And he had also said that if we could, he wanted us to find you.
As you tell him this, you see his face, just warp itself. He is feeling so many emotions. You see them cross his face. Confusion, worry, pain, sadness.
Sorry that we have to tell you all of this at once, but Kalina just kind of bows her head a little bit. And she doesn't really say anything else.
What are we supposed to say?
Yeah, we aren't really like.
What are we supposed to say? This
I don't
we thought
know.
this guy's been dead for thousands of years. At the minimum, 4,000.
Yeah, it's just.
You watch him as he slowly shrinks himself down, not physically, but he curls himself up, kneeling on the ground, wrapping himself tighter in the tapestry. And he says, "After all this time, he still cares about me. Even after what happened."
He did tell me that when I spoke to him. He was always worried about me. That's what he said.
He turns his head to look up at you, and he says, "I'm the one that should be worried about him. We always had to protect him. And now, look at me, hiding away like a coward."
Well, now I understand why you wanted to leave. We're very grateful that we found you.
The corners of his mouth pull up in a very slight smile. And then he says, "How is his son, by the way? Vivel?"
yeah. Oh yeah.
Did he not know of Phosphus?
Oh shit.
I think, right, because I think he left before,
No.
like, right before Phosphus.
Oh shit.
Oh, shit.
Kalina, like, she blinks for a bit.
You have a
And then
grandchild,
realizes-
buddy.
Yeah, and then realizes. Oh. Well, Vivel is doing well. But I don't think you know about your other son. You have another.
He knits his eyebrows in confusion. He says, No. I don't have a son. I have a daughter, and Cain has a son.
Oh.
That's why I
Ah.
left. Because, well, Miranda tricked us. She used us, and she betrayed him. I thought he hated me after all this time, but it seems that he's forgiven me for being so stupid.
I know, like, she just blinks. Just like, he said he only has a daughter. It's like, oh yeah, I just have to tell you.
So does he not consider Vivel his?
No, Vivel is not his son.
Oh.
What?
You guys missed that?
Well, that would make sense, though.
That would make sense, but I thought that both of them were the sons of Abelet, and that Cain was just the uncle.
That's what you were always told.
Helena, like, her eyes just widen in realization. Oh. Oh.
Tagar's just kind of
Oh.
like looking back and forth into various corners of the room with the most confused expression whatsoever.
I don't think y'all even see Colbart, because Colbart's hidden.
Just in the corner behind the pillar with wide eyes. What am I hearing?
Abelet notices your confusion, and he shifts a little bit, moving to sit cross-legged on the floor, and he says, It seems that Miranda has lied to the whole kingdom, so let me tell you the truth. Sit.
Kalina does so. She's also
Yep.
gonna look over at Yoka, cause like, yeah, just like, behold, we found your uncle.
And also, Vivel might be your
Might be your brother?
brother or like half brother or something?
Question mark?
Question mark?
Well, I mean, like, by blood, but
Yeah.
they aren't really siblings.
Colbart's gonna come out.
Surprise, fish boy.
Surprise fish boy! Maybe that's how Abelet knew we were here, because he could smell the fish.
Mm.
And he's like, there's that water for miles.
Why-
What is salt? Why do I smell salt here? That
Why do-
doesn't make sense.
Why do I smell a fish?
I mean, I'm not
Smell that
complaining,
bad.
but I'm very confused.
Hmm.
Alright,
As
Colbart's gonna come out of
Uh,
I wonder if he like actually knows I'm there or not, because I hid.
I mean, he's a god.
yeah.
Exactly.
Colbert,
He probably knew you were there, but didn't say anything.
Yeah, I think
Colbert.
Colbart's just gonna assume that he knew he was over there.
Colbert, as you step from behind the pillar, Abelet does not look at you, but he says, I was wondering when you were going to come out of your hiding spot.
Yeah. I sit down.
Oh. Fish boy.
As you, all sit down before him, he begins to tell you the past. Well, long ago, Cain fell in love with Miranda. And because of this, he was cast away from the Starlight realm, condemned to be in the deep realm for the rest of his life. But he didn't care, because he loved her and he believed that she loved him too. He had never told us about her or who she was, so I had never known. But she sought me out and asked me if I would be willing to grant her an heir to the throne. I was young and stupid, so I did.
Oh boy. Oh god.
Oh dear.
But I found out
God.
I found out soon that she had done the same with Cain, but she had made him believe that there was something more there. And when he found out that, well, she had tricked the both of us, he was enraged. I thought that he hated me. And I left because I knew that if anybody found out that that little girl that was going to be born was mine, I'd be cast down just like my brother. And maybe I am a coward, 'cause Cain, he dealt with it for all those years, being an outcast, being alone. And even the thought of that, I ran away, leaving everything behind.
How are we gonna bring up that Phosphus transgender? How are we gonna bring that up? How are we gonna bring that up? Does he even know the concept of transgender? Does he even know what it is?
I don't know. Try.
Oh god.
So, this is me out of character because I'm slightly confuzzled. So, is Phosphus, or was Phosphus the daughter that he was talking about?
Yes,
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Phosphus is trans.
Yeah, Phosphus is trans.
Phosphus is a trans man.
Okay.
Uh,
I feel like
Hilbert's gonna speak up and say, I should probably tell you that, your daughter is now your son. He goes by Phosphus.
He looks up at you and blinks a little bit and says, "Oh, I guess that's rather common. They misdiagnose gender before coming out. I mean, it's rather common with Nagalayans anyways, because, well, the structure of the reproductive organs are slightly different, so on any magical imagery you wouldn't exactly see anything there, so I guess that makes sense. How's he doing?"
He's doing quite well, actually. Oh, we also. Oh, did something else.
What?
It's nothing bad. But, Phosphus recently had a girl.
He just stares at you.
Oh, congrats, you're a grandpa!
He
Surprise!
seems a little confused for a second, and then he just decides that whatever questions he has, it's not worth thinking about right now.
Yeah.
He
Long story
says-
short, he's a grandpa.
He says, "So I'm a grandfather."
Yes. Yes, you are. Congratulations. Didn't think I would be saying that to you, but congratulations.
Thank you, I guess, but I don't really deserve it, honestly. I was never in his life, so probably don't deserve the title of grandfather.
I bet he would love to have you in his life again, though.
Really, though? I mean, look at me. I'm hardly the, what he would be expecting.
I don't think he would mind.
It'd be fair, when I first met them, they were far from what I expected. Everybody is held on expectations. Almost never true.
He gives you a slight smile, the tips of his fangs peeking out from beneath his lips.
Oh.
He says, "Well, I feel that I must tell you something more. Something that perhaps you do not know already," he says as he begins to stand up. He, as he stands up, he says, "The light of the Arish tree is beginning to fade. I'm sure that you can feel it even faintly, but
Yes, we did figure it out not too long ago. And like in the bag.
Surprise!
Yeah,
Probably
just
no longer bad.
yeah, but she starts rummaging through her bag. We were up on the surface and saw the leaf of the Arius tree floating by in the wind, and he grabbed it, but well, we heard something, and long story short, we figured out that the Arius tree is slowly dying. Like you said.
you watch him as he had been walking, his hands brushing against the walls and pillars, and his face slowly twists in anger as you hear the scratching of his long claws against the stone, and he says, "If my father wasn't the only thing holding this world together, I would have killed him long ago."
Helena, and she doesn't say anything. She didn't say anything more. She just slowly gets up and follows him. My brain just keeps going to Tinyoka.
Yeah.
Because this is kind of very interesting for me.
Yeah, this is just a lot to unravel for all of us.
Yeah,
But then there's Nyoka.
it's like surprise.
Which
it's
he
your
probably doesn't know
uncle.
anything about.
Yeah. Other
Doesn't
than
know
yeah,
that
it
we're
probably
doing
doesn't.
Colbart, you notice that Nyoka has been hiding his face and eyes this
Aw.
entire time.
Oh,
He-
baby.
Aw.
He is trying very hard to not let Abelet see his eyes or his
Aw.
face.
I'm gonna try and sneakily just give him a poke. If he's not ready, he's not ready.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Abelet then
it's gotta be a lot.
turns to all of you and says, I can only assume that you are now on the path to fixing this, saving the tree.
Well, I'm going to try.
Well, I guess I should give you the keys then, or rather, one of them. He says this as he walks over to one of the tables with all of the artifacts, and he picks up something between his fingers, bringing it over to you.
What is this?
He holds out his hand for you to take the item.
I guess Kalina does? If no one else will?
He
Sure.
places it in your hand, and in your hand you see a gold ring. There is an emerald that has golden leaves that wrap around it and the band. He says, This is one of 5. It is a blessing, and to receive the rest you must seek audience with the rest of my siblings. They hold each of them.
I see.
And with all 5, you will have the key.
Thank you.
He nods to you and then says, Well, I do think it is time you leave. You do not want your ships to leave you behind.
Oh, yes. And Kalina, like, she hurriedly pulls out the watch.
Another 40 minutes have passed.
Okay. That's
Okay,
not
so
bad.
Yeah, an
We're
hour and
good.
20 minutes.
Enough time to get back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, plenty of time.
With like a roughly 20-minute gap.
Yeah.
So it took us about an hour just to get here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kobar is gonna speak up and say, do you want us to tell people that you're here? At least some people?
He looks to you and then he says, You cannot tell anyone that I am here, unfortunately. Not until, well, the tree has been saved.
Alright.
Are you sure? I trust
Very.
your judgment,
Very.
but-
Can we tell Kane that we're okay?
You can tell him I'm alright, but don't tell him that I'm here. I don't want him trying to come find me and getting hurt.
Oh.
Understood.
He nods to all of you, and then he walks to the back of the room, sitting in front of the pedestal with the man on it, in the same state of meditation that he is.
I guess Kalina just starts slowly heading for the door.
I'm gonna let Nyoka walk in front of me. Make sure he gets out of there quick, because I don't think he's ready to
Yeah.
reveal
Which is
himself.
understandable. It's understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nyoka hesitantly goes with you, but you notice that he is slightly fighting against it. He keeps turning back and looking at Applet.
I'll whisper to him. Do you want him to know who you are?
I don't know, but I want to talk to him.
Well, we know where he is.
I mean, we still have time.
We have
Can
an hour and 20
step out of the
minutes.
room a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nyoka nods, and he slowly goes over and kneels beside Avalet.
Bonding, bonding, bonding.
Ah.
I'm just gonna stay at the doorway. Not them, like, not visible, but enough for me to just be semi-close.
Are you going to try to listen?
Oh, hold on. My monitor turned off. What was that?
Are you going to try to listen in?
Of course I'm trying to listen in.
Oh god.
Alright, roll,
Yeah, I'm heading out.
roll for
Kalina
perception.
might-
That's too emotional for me.
Yeah, Kalina might stay, but like she's just only gonna like just like linger and not like actually try and listen. She's just gonna be looking over her notes.
Roll for perception, Colbart.
Nosy.
You know I'm fucking... Yeah, okay. 4. Got a 4 in that shit.
A 4. God damn it. I do want you to hear this, unfortunately.
I guess Kalina can like maybe listen in.
Yeah.
Fast?
Yeah, multitasking.
Alright, hold on.
Colbart is a dumb little fish boy.
Okay, that's good. 14 base plus 2.
I got sand in my ears.
He's got sand in his fins.
Haha.
Yeah, I got a 16 total, so
Okay.
maybe I'll hear something.
Alright. Kalina, as you're sitting there mulling over your notes, you vaguely listen in to what Nyoka and Abelet are saying to one another. You hear Nyoka say first, "So, what was he to you?" Abelet then speaks and he says, "He was the only one who stayed. He was my only lover."
Oh, honey. Oh.
Colbart, you can see, but you can't hear. You see, Nyoka place his hand on, Abelet's arm. And then he moves to remove the cloak from his head, revealing his face. And you see Abelet turn towards him. Kalina, you hear Abelet say, "So, you're a Nagalayan. Whose are you?" Nyoka pauses for a moment and then says, "I'm Kane's youngest." Abelet doesn't say anything, and Nyoka continues, "I had always believed that Chatsu and I were the only two, but I guess I have another brother, Vivel. Chatu and I are by a different mother. She has since passed, but we take care of our father. Colbart, you see Abelet turn to Nyoka, and he places his hands on his shoulders gently before pulling him into a hug.
Yes.
Ah.
Yes. Hugs.
Abelet whispers something to Nyoka, and then gives him a pat on his back before releasing him from the hug. Nyoka then gets up and leaves, following the rest of you out of the stairwell. And with that, you all ascend up the stairwell. And soon enough, you are in the heat of the day again. It seems that the wind has calmed down and it is a bit more still. And you all silently cross the desert once again, heading back to the meeting point at the base of the ships, where the guards are indeed waiting for you. With the wind not as fierce, it takes slightly less time than it had before, as you are not fighting against the elements. As you near the pulley platform, the guards say, "Well, you're cutting it close, but you're on time."
Copart looks just stunned from like everything that's happened the past 3 hours.
The past 3 hours.
The guards look at each other and then back at you. Y'all alright? You look like you've seen a ghost.
God damn
Copart
it.
just laughs and gets on the fucking thing.
What? What's so funny?
It's nothing.
You had to be there.
Let's just go. It's like kind of nervous laughter, exactly, just like that.
The guards look at each other once again, shrugging, before they pull the rope, giving the signal to hoist all of you back up into the city, where Commander Baraka is waiting for all of you, arms crossed, and she says, "Well, did you find them? Whatever was down there?"
I just look at Kalina.
She nods and then says, "All right then, tell me more about it. Or is it confidential?" She says as she gives you a rather sarcastic look.
A little, yes, but
Yeah.
we did find some very interesting information in history.
Yeah, that's good, I guess. Research is research.
Yes.
She then turns away, heading off to the map room that you had previously gone into for your meeting when you boarded the ship, and then says, Well, if you got anything you want to tell me, do it now. In the meeting room.
Alright. What
Like-
can we tell? I say quietly to the group. We can just say we found someone and they asked us, and we first made sure they were paying, then asked us to leave, and that was it.
Nyoka nods and then says,
Wanted to be alone.
Nyoka nods and says, I mean, technically we wouldn't be lying.
Yes, that's true.
We'd just be
Well,
concealing some of the truth.
And to be fair,
That sounds
it's
like
the
not
truth
much
that, yeah. And to be fair, can't really say much more either way. That would satisfy any answers.
Yeah.
is like the commander still there? Or is she left in the meeting?
She has gone into the meeting room, but she has left the door open for you.
Yeah, I think Kalina like will go in there.
Mhm.
I think I will tell her about a little bit now, not anything too revealing, but I'll be in there with her for a bit. If any of you want to run along.
Right, I'll go with you.
This is
Hobart
that, is
and
it
Vic.
Kate? Is it Nyoka or Clement?
Nyoka.
Nyoka. Anybody else want to go?
I'm imagining that Tagok comes by and stands outside the door, bodyguard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also,
James.
I'm trying to figure out a way to learn other spells
Yeah.
that are not wizard. I'll get back to you guys later about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
'Cause, yeah.
Yeah, I guess like Melina, she starts heading towards the meeting room with Nyoka and the other people who want to tag along into.
Yeah.
Fen goes off to find where Asumi is now.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like, where's my dog?
Yeah.
Asumi
Asumi might
is...
be in the meeting room, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised.
You notice that Asumi is laying up near the bridge of the ship, up near the steering wheel. She is curled up,
Oh,
taking a nap.
baby.
I kind of go wake her up. Like,
Mm.
hey, I'm back.
Ooh woo.
Like my baby.
Ah woo. Owner.
And then I guess I call Kalina.
Yeah. As you all decide you are going to go into the meeting room to tell Baraka a little about what happened, she has the guards close the door behind you, and she says, "All right, what happened down there?"
We did find someone.
Do you know who they were?
Not exactly, just the last caretaker of the temple.
Old
He did
stubborn
give us
people.
some
Yeah.
information on what exactly happened then and some information we might find useful. But he did tell us that he wanted to be left alone, which we can respect.
I have no idea how someone could survive down there for that long, but life finds a way, I guess,
That is very true.
and their faith must hold true. Well, I hope that they are able to survive for a little while longer at least, and not suffer, but should we pick up anchor and continue on our way to Kos's temple? Right. We should be arriving there by the time the moon is rising, which will allow you the perfect conditions to seek audience with her. So, we've got quite a lot of time for you to keep exploring the city.
All right.
She gives you a nod, and the doors open again behind you, allowing you to leave.
Nyoka did tag along, right?
Yes.
Okay, I think Kalina, like, she's gonna look at this. Nyoka,
Yeah?
would you like to get a pair of glasses?
He kind of gives you a little confused look, and he's like, do you really think I need glasses?
Well, you did say that you could only see so far. They may help. And if you don't like the glasses, you can always get contacts.
Alright. Sure. Don't waste your money on me, though.
No promises.
He gives you a mock, grumpy look as he follows you out the door.
What are glasses shops called? Like,
Optometrists.
Optometrist.
Okay.
I find that
Thank
was
you.
in my next
I don't have. Yeah, I don't
do.
have glasses. I don't have glasses, so I don't know glasses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
All I
not
know is that
next
they're
week. My
prescription.
appointment's in a few weeks.
Yeah, Kalina, like, she just mutters out. Now, what are optometrists?
Probably in the, shopping district? Yeah?
Probably, yeah. It's not there.
Yoka nods and then says, shopping spree, I guess. He grins cheekily at you. His,
Oh dear. Oh yes.
it's shopping time, guys.
It's shopping.
It's
After,
shopping
after
time!
the trauma that was that part. It's fine.
We're fine, everything's fine, we're gonna go
Everything is
shopping!
So
By the way,
fantastic,
we've been going
it's
on for
unbelievable.
about 2 hours.
Yeah. Do we need our break right now? A little quick break where we can people
Yeah.
can just do things and then we can talk
get
if we
some more
need
water.
talk and
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah,
Good time.
I might make popcorn, but
Alright.
just so I'm understanding, like, the familial relationship. So, Vivel is Kane's kid
By blood.
by blood. So,
Miranda had Vivel with Kane. Didn't tell him
oh,
that she was also with Abelet at the same time that she was with Kane. Got pregnant, had Phosphus. Told Vivel and Phosphus that they had the same father. And all this time, Kane thought that both of the children were his brothers. Which is not the case.
Okay.
Miranda
Even
was
Elkane, though.
Miranda was a cheating bitch
Ah,
Yeah.
who just used them for their godly blood.
Yeah.
gross.
Yep.
This girl's nice.
Maybe she's the one I can punch in the face.
She's dead.
Yeah. She's dead,
Yeah.
though. I mean, to be fair, though, you could try and find her grave.
I
Or
could
just stomp
stand on it.
God.
T-pose. T-pose.
Try
in
me,
her
bitch.
dominance.
T posing
Anyway,
on
I'm gonna
Queen
be-
Miranda's grave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah.
god.
I'm
what
gonna be back in a second. I want popcorn, so.
Anybody else got any other shit to say?
This shit's insane.
Yes.
Also, Cobra is gonna go find work. 'Cause he is poor.
Poor boy. He's just a little poor boy. Anybody back? Ah, Jade is, but eat. So, you guys got any questions? Yeah, family tree for the gods suck ass. Especially since Hoth and Avina are particularly slutty.
Oh yeah.
The god of drinking and merrymaking, god of fucking parties, and the goddess of fertility. They be getting around a lot with them mortals.
Yeah. I shared that one a while ago. I love it. My own grandpa.
Yeah. I just want to say that like ever since Saturday, Foxy has been talking to me and was like, "Oh, I don't know who it could possibly be. I mean, all I can guess is maybe like an old worshipper or groundskeeper. It couldn't be Abelet. That would be too easy." And I just had to sit there and hold my fucking tongue and not laugh because it is too easy. It's too fucking easy.
It is too easy.
It is too easy.
But that's why it's so weird.
Why is he there? Why? Didn't people think to look for him there?
I mean, then again, it is hard to get there. So.
Yeah.
We easily got
I will say that you are not the first people to go to the temple, but you are the first ones that have gone there, not with malicious intent. All people that have gone there before, are seeking out those artifacts.
So, also, my brain was going to, because you guys were talking about how, like, the worshipper, how, like, the body we had found had been on, like, the pedestal for, like, that typically were used for, like, sacrifices. My brain just went to, oh, it's a human sacrifice, okay.
No. It was the last groundskeeper that stayed there with Abelet the whole time, keeping his secret, and he died there, and he was a lover to Abelet. No, I didn't want you to take the ring on the corpse, but if you had, that would have been immediate, like, hands on sight on Abelet's part. He would have decked you.
Yeah.
You fucking dare steal the ring off of my dead husband. You bitch. You heinous bitch.
I may be blunt, but I'm not desecrating a corpse.
Yeah, she draws the line at corpse desecration.
That's another thing.
Except for one that can punch.
Wanting to
Miranda's.
punch Miranda. Turning you into corpses, however. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I can see that as both just Tagok and just Jade in general.
Yes. So yeah. Things you've learned today. Abelet alive. Miranda's a cheating whore. And she's a bitch.
Why was the king cast there? Why?
Cain was slightly more open with his relationship with Miranda. Gods found out. They're like, hey, yo. And basically it is a matter of hypocrisy, like, oh, the others can do it, but Kane, no, not you. It's like, you know,
That's why.
it's like, you know how when you would get punished for shit and then, like, a sibling would not? Kane is
like,
the
well-
sibling who always gets punished for everything, even stuff he doesn't really do. He is the, he's the scapegoat. And, yeah, Zephyrus treated him as the scapegoat.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. So, Abelet, being too stupid and innocent to realize that his brother is being used as a scapegoat,
Oh.
was afraid of being treated like how his brother was, and, like, basically, if Abelet had been cast down from the Starlight Realm, it would have thrown off the balance of the mortal world and its day cycles. Zephyrus doesn't know or care about that, but Abelet realizes this, so he went into hiding to prevent the mortal world from being fucked up by him being banished. Welcome to hell. Yeah. So, Kane is the family scapegoat, even though, like, all of his siblings love him very much. It's just his dad that hates him.
Yeah, the rest of them are pretty chill.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
then,
he's not perfect, but he's still my brother.
yeah.
I'm still gonna lovingly make fun of him.
Yes. They love him very much.
I'm afraid if we punch him, it's gonna damage the tree.
Make sure the tree's fine first and then punch him.
Yeah, and then we can punch him.
Yeah. Zephyrus has also roped the 7 sins into his shared hatred of his son. So,
Oh.
that could be
No
why the
wonder-
sins.
No wonder the deity of wrath sent people over to kill Kalina.
Yeah.
No wonder.
There's something going on with the sins that you'll find out a little bit later. But something ain't quite right with them kids.
And the Lords of Sin. Gonna be 100% honest, but my brain just immediately went to Hell of the Boss, and now the House of Asmodeus song is playing in my head on.
Hush.
What? It's a good song. Jade has to agree. That song, good shit. It's a good song. See? See, they agree. Jade agrees.
Gosh. Yeah. So, are we all ready to come back from our break?
Yeah.
At least I am. I've eaten a little something, just some M&Ms. I got more water. I'm in my PJs.
Why is
Yep, there we go. Sorry.
why is
Wrong
this
button.
pinned?
Why is what pinned?
What?
Break room. The corporate needs to find the difference between this picture
Oh,
and
yeah.
this picture.
Yeah, I pinned it.
Well, I made that, but
Jade made that
I don't-
funny
It
meme
deserves to be pinned.
about Patches,
Sure.
and I just pinned it because I think it's great. I like Patches a
Should I
lot.
go on the fridge?
It's a little too big for the fridge right now.
Aww.
I'll have to resize things
I
to
did
be
what
able
I
to squeeze it
could.
on the fridge. List of essential shops. Ship shops. I can't spell. This is simple.
Yeah. To go shopping again. Yo,
D&D.
got a pair of glasses.
Yeah.
Goes
What
back
my-
home to the deep realm and he has glasses.
Cover
Like,
might hang
Dad,
around. Oh god. Cover might go hang around Kalina for a bit and just look for jobs. Cause he poor.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right.
I'll probably wander around as well.
All of you now set off, heading over towards the very, very big ship that is at the back of the fleet. It is the biggest of them all, and it has many, many buildings. You can assume that this is probably the shopping ship.
Shopping shit.
Shop ship.
Woo!
Ship shop.
Shop, shop,
Yeah.
shop. Let's go shop, shop.
Shop.
As you cross over onto this ship, you are met with the hustle and bustle of the midday. There are people selling their goods and carting their groceries back to their homes. You see just about any kind of essential shop that you can think of, and then some other more luxury things. There are weapon shops, supply shops for various professions, tailoring, fabric stores, jewelry, all the like. Where do you start?
Can Kalina see an optometrist anywhere?
As you look down the main street and all of the little signs that hang above each of the shop fronts, you see one not too far down the road that has what looks to be a pair of round glasses as the sign.
Kalina sees it, and she looks at Yoka. I think I'm
He nods at you and says, "All right then, let's go."
Let's get the boy better eyesight.
Yeah, and she grabs his hand and then just starts going. She's excited. She's excited.
The two of you weave your way through the crowds of people until you reach the shop front with the glasses. It has a small front window, and yes, JD's been rolling with disadvantage this whole time.
Ah!
Oh my god.
Ah!
And in the storefront window, you see little shelves that are set up with different glasses frames that are set out. And you can vaguely see into the store. There is a little desk with a man that is tinkering away with something. You can't see, he's a little hunched over.
Okay. I guess we'll head in. And I think Kalina, like, as they're heading in, Kalina's gonna ask, so do you want glasses, contacts, or both?
He kind of looks at you a little bewildered, and he's like, I don't know. I've never thought about it before.
Okay, it's okay. You can think about it. I actually personally have both. I have my contacts in right now.
Oh,
I never really wear my glasses. They're quite interesting.
he laughs a little bit, and he's like, what, are you embarrassed about them?
A little bit. Without my contacts or glasses, I can't see that well.
He snorts a little bit and then says, well, you're not exactly making me feel much better about getting glasses.
Yeah, come on.
Alright.
But yes, Melina has glasses. Did I decide it a little bit last minute? Yes. But is it cool? Also yes.
Yes. As you step into the shop, a little bell chimes as it smacks.
Sorry about the sirens,
It's
by
fine.
the way.
It's fine.
Nah, you're good.
As it
They're
chimes
coming
as
for
the
me.
door opens.
What did you do?
The man looks up from his work and says, "Oh, hello there. You don't look to be a regular. I'm assuming you're here to get fitted for a new prescription?"
Yes, Kalina says, and she gestures a little bit to Yoka. It's for him.
He gives an awkward wave, smiling and baring his teeth a little bit.
If
Thank you,
anyone tries to
bully.
give him shit, Kalina will stab him in the eye with a heel.
He, the man quickly puts away what he is working on in a little case and sets it aside. Says, "All right then, young man. You can just come on into the back and I'll give you your exam and then we'll, fit you with your new glasses."
Like, people normally allowed to, like, come in the back, like, with someone if they're getting a prescription, maybe if they're nervous.
Yeah.
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 You
I
can
think
ask.
so, yeah.
You can ask.
I'm only asking because, again, don't know glasses.
My mom used to come with me for mine, but since I'm an adult now, she won't. Adult things.
Yeah.
Gotta do shit alone.
Lena, she does, like, look at Yoka and ask, would you like me to go in there with you?
He, nods a little awkwardly. And then the man says, "Oh, that's alright. You can come on back."
The spookiest one is when they blow air on you.
They don't have this in the D&D world. They don't got the
I know.
machines.
Like glasses struggles.
The glasses struggles.
It's the spooky one.
That stupid little flat road with the balloon. The hot air balloon.
What?
So that's how glasses work.
Do y'all... Is
Yeah,
this...
Picture.
The
The
picture you have to look
for
at.
prescriptions.
Yes.
Yeah.
The road. The flat road. And then...
With like a barn and like a farm.
I
kind
have
of
never had to do
underwood.
that.
What?
I have to do that. I did do
Did
that.
you
like,
guys?
every
Did you
year.
guys have like the diamonds, and each diamond has 4 circles in the points, and you have to tell which
No.
one's floating?
No.
No.
What?
We had that weird one that did squiggles, and every time it squiggled, you had to press a button.
What?
And then...
Had that.
I've never done that.
To be fair, I go to an optometrist that has been around so long. My mother went to him back when they were both single and not married. And now they're married. Like, they each are married and have kids. I think that if
Yeah,
my
but-
mom hadn't married my dad, she would have married Dr. Rothfuss. My optometrist. Cause he was kind of handsome back in the day, back in the 80s. So
Yeah,
says
you
my
did.
mother, apparently.
You have to tell which way the prongs of the E are pointing, and what line the music note is on.
I have never done that.
Yeah. I haven't either.
Really?
We are learning some interesting things about our optometrist today. Anyways.
Then there's like the list of letters, and the letters progressively get smaller.
Yeah,
I know
that
that one. That's
That one.
Yeah, that one's a
Yeah.
yeah, that's
Okay.
that's the one everybody knows, but
Black. Shit's wild.
Jesus. Okay. The both of you step into the back room, and there is a big chair, and there is a small machine that is on a little mechanical arm that swivels. Yes, that one, Ethan. That
What?
fucker.
What? I have never seen that.
There's
I
also
mean,
one
I did
where
have
there's like a
What?
barn.
while at the kid.
There's also there's one where it's like a farm.
Yes, there's the farm
Yes,
one,
sir.
and then there's the fucking...
What?
The
Yeah.
way you remember.
You guys get like
nearsighted
pictures and
farsighted-
shit?
Yeah.
Wow. It's been forever since.
The way that you
Wild.
remember nearsighted versus farsighted is
Let me
that
come this way.
nearsighted you can see things nearby. Farsighted you can see things far away.
Yeah.
So it's basically like
Thank you.
what
I am nearsighted. I cannot see things like 2 feet from my face.
I can't see anything
That's how far.
for me.
Yeah. Like,
I
it starts getting blurry. It starts getting blurry a foot out from my face.
Oh, see, I have to be a lot closer. When I first got my glasses, I was able to see them I needed them to see stuff outside of my arm length.
Yeah.
They've just gotten worse, but you guys know that my eyesight degrades yearly.
Yeah. Same.
Oh yeah.
My eyesight's worse than my 63-year-old mother.
Ooh.
Yeah. Anyways, we
Thank
keep getting derailed, and I'm gonna punch. Anyways, you step into the back, and there is a mechanism that is on a mechanical arm that is protruding from the wall. There are lots of little knobs and glass circles. Glasses users know exactly what this fucking thing is.
Yes.
Like the giant machine thing
Yeah.
A giant machine.
1
that
or
descends
2.
from the ceiling.
Yeah.
1 or 2.
Pain when they're both the same.
Yeah. The man gestures for Nyoka to sit down in the chair, and Nyoka does. The man then swivels the machine out in front, and he presses a little button on the wall, and it opens up a little compartment at the other side of the room.
Interesting.
From where you're standing, Kalina, you cannot see it. But where Nyoka is positioned, it is directly in front of him. And he's like, alright, so do you think that you have trouble seeing things close up? Or far away? And Nyoka says, far away. I can't really read much of anything. Letters kind of get fuzzy as it gets farther away. The man nods and says, alright. Now, just position your face right here, he says as he pulls the machine closer to Nyoka's face. He presses his face directly into it and waits for any more instruction. The man turns the knobs and flips some of the little glass circles down. Alright. Now, is your vision clearer or worse with this? Nyoka pauses for a little bit. Better? The man flicks it again. Still good? Nyoka gives a thumbs up. The man says, alright, now I'm going to continue flipping. Just tell me when things start feeling a little, wobbly, I'd say. Nyoka says, alright. You see the man progressively flip through the little lenses, increasing in size and slight thickness. And then Nyoka says, go back one. The man flips it back up and he says, I think that's the clearest. It starts getting fuzzy again, but different kind of fuzzy, if I go farther. The man nods, and then he looks carefully at the machine and then writes down something on his notepad. He then pulls the machine away, going to the desk, and he pulls out a small little apparatus. It looks very strange. It looks like a comb shape almost, but only 2 prongs on it. The prongs are dull, but they have little hooks that go outwards. And it seems as if the little prongs can slide up and down on the apparatus. I'm just gonna say that this is not something you actually do at a normal optometrist. This is fantasy bullshit.
I know, but
Yep.
still, I'm interested.
Just for the general audience, if any young folk who still haven't visited an optometrist yet and are scared, this is not real. Don't listen to this. Please, God.
Optometrist, you can do it.
It's not that scary. The worst part is the puff of air in the eyeball, to be fair.
Yeah.
But it's really quick and then they're done.
And then your eyes water for
Some
like,
people here have glasses,
yeah.
so they can tell you that you are going to be okay.
We're blind
You're good.
bitches. Anyways.
Yep.
The man then comes over to Nyoka and says, alright, now this is going to be a little uncomfortable. Open your eyes and try to keep them still and look up. Nyoka nods and does as he's told, and Kalina, you watch as the man very gently uses the apparatus to hook onto the upper and lower eyelid of Nyoka and then lightly twist the knob, causing his... Yes, I'm role-playing with myself. God damn it. I do this often and it's death. It's death for me. It's die.
I mean, if you need to do a time skip, you can. Like, I'm personally cool with it. I don't know about anyone else.
I'm just
I
gonna
don't know if we need to hear every single.
I'm just gonna
eye
finish
test
up
that
this.
Nyoka goes through.
I'm just gonna finish up this little one, and then I'll time skip it. Just because this one is particularly weird.
Yeah, which is valid.
And the apparatus very lightly pulls his 2 eyelids open in a rather unnatural way, allowing him to get a better look at the shape of Nyoka's eyeball. He looks down into his eye, and you can kind of see that the man's eyes are glowing a little bit, and his glasses almost act as a magnifier, shining a very light
that's cool.
beam of light directly
Yep.
into Nyoka's eye.
That's how it goes.
Yeah. But more medieval. I made it medieval.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're gonna yank open your eye and look at it, bitch! Yeehaw! The man looks for a little bit, repeats with the other eye, and then sets the apparatus down again, writing more in his notepad. He goes through all the various steps needed to figure out precisely what prescription Nyoka needs. He asks him some questions like, what do you do for a living? Is there anything that you're concerned about with your glasses? Blah, blah, blah. Nyoka says, oh, I'm an archer. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
The man seems rather surprised that, considering he is nearsighted, that he is an archer, and a fairly good one by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
But
Lena can attest that he is a very good archer.
yes, fairly
Your level
soon.
increases by 20.
Fairly soon, the exam is done, and the man then escorts you back out into the lobby and says, all right, while I'm getting your prescription ready, you can go ahead and pick a frame that you'd like.
Elena, she looks at Nyoka. So, how do you think it went? Hopefully it wasn't too bad.
It wasn't,
I know it was a little uncomfortable.
it wasn't bad, it was weird though.
Yeah, very understandable.
Never had anybody yank open my eyelids and look into my eyes before like that. Ugh.
Yeah, it takes some getting used to. Now you get to pick out your own frames.
Yeah. I'm thinking, gold, maybe?
Ooh,
Metal?
I think that would go well with you.
He kind of starts looking around the shop at the various frames. He seeks out all the different ones that have gold metal frames. He talks to himself about, oh, these are all right, but they look a bit thin. I might break them.
Yeah.
And then he finally settles on a pair that are octagonal in shape, and they have very plain gold frame, and the side bars are a little detailed. They have little swirls in them.
Pretty.
And he says, I think I like these ones. These are alright.
Right then. Want to hang out too?
He smiles a little bit and just nods.
Alright. Huh. Yeah, publisher should be done with the prescription by now, hopefully.
As you two walk over to the front counter, he says, it seems you finally picked out a pair that you like. Nyoka nods and gently places them on the counter. The man says, all right. Now, it shouldn't take me too long to cut your lenses to size. You can watch if you'd like. Nyoka just says, oh, okay. And you watch, and you watch as the man traces the shape of the frame, and then with his carving tool lightly scores the surface of the glass. He then uses a little clamp tool that has a curve in it, and he is able to quickly snap off each edge of the frame, or the lens. He then uses a little piece of sandpaper to sand down the sharp edges of the glass before fitting them into the frames. He gives them a quick cleaning and a polish before handing them over to Nyoka. He says, "All right there, lad, try these on. See how you feel." Nyoka very carefully places them on his face, and you watch him as he looks around, sort of eyes wide, blinking. The moment.
The moment.
The moment.
Oh, it's the moment.
The moment when you see shit. Ah!
Get to see shit clearly, and you're like, whoa.
Oh god.
There's edges to things.
You're allowed to
I know
see
what a
leaves?
straight line is now.
He then turns to you, Kalina, and he doesn't look derpy, per se, but you're not sure you can take him quite as seriously with his glasses on. He doesn't look as intimidating.
Oh.
You notice that
He'd also benefit from context, too.
you notice that he is keeping his eyes more wide open, as you had assumed before that he had more thin or narrow eyes. He was just squinting the whole time.
Oh, bud.
Oh no.
Kalina, she said.
Oh.
So how does it feel?
Good? Weird? I don't know. I can see things that I haven't been able to see before. I don't know how to feel.
See it. You can see it now. You can see it now.
As he is just kind of idly looking around in a daze, you, Kalina, notice the man tapping away on a typewriter. And then he pulls the slip of paper from it, placing it on the desk. Double. It's double. He says, "Alright, got 2 copies of these. One's for you and one's for me. It just, tells you what you got today, and his prescription, and how much everything cost."
Alright then. And Kalina, she does take a look at it to see the price.
You look at the bill. There are 3 things there: exam, lenses, and frames. The exam is 5 gold. The lenses are 8, and the frames are 2.
So 15 total.
Yep.
Oh shit. Damn, okay.
Glasses are fucking expensive.
That is
Yep.
true.
Do you want to know how
They're
much I
fucking
spend on
expensive.
glasses?
They're very
400.
expensive.
And that's with insurance.
The ones on
Yeah.
my face are 300.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Last time my mom went and got glasses, we spent a lot. It was 700 for my glasses and sunglasses, and like 400 for hers.
Ooh, oh,
She didn't get sunglasses, she just got normal glasses.
oh,
So,
Yeah,
yeah.
shit's expensive.
Glasses?
Hmm?
You can get prescriptions for glasses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so fucking blind I need prescription sunglasses to drive.
Or you can do what I do and have transition lenses.
I tried
which is
that,
also
I
very
hated it.
costly.
I tried it,
Yeah.
I hated it.
I like them. They work for
Yeah.
me.
I have blue light blockers on my lenses. Because I'm a computer
That's what
nerd.
My dad's sunglasses were.
Yeah.
Because, like, he had this, like, very special case for them that,
Mhm.
that I actually still have.
Yes.
Oh.
Just a little keepsake of the dad.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I always thought like every time I looked through them, like my eyes would strain, and I thought it was just the sunglasses.
No.
Nope.
It's
No,
the
prescription.
the
Oh,
prescription,
no.
darling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. With my transition lenses, they just recognize sunlight, and so they automatically darken.
Yeah. I had
Only
those
problem
for a
is
while.
when you go back
Hated 'em.
inside, they're very dark.
Yeah, and it takes forever for them to transition back.
Yes,
I remember
Yeah, it works.
accidentally standing where there was like a sliver of light on my eye, so I had a
Yeah.
dark streak going through my lens for
Yeah.
band camp one time. And I was
Or
just like,
when you're facing, or when you're at the right angle where the sun only reaches one of your lenses and not the other,
yeah.
and so one of them is
Yeah.
really dark and the other one's fine.
Or if there's rain and there's droplets of water on your glasses, and those turn
Oh,
darker
God.
before
Any
everything
form
else.
Of water with glasses sucks.
Yes. Condensation, fog, rain, snow, anything.
Snow.
God. I have these big old fuck ass glasses. They're Versace though, so don't come for me. I'm rich, bitch. It's more like
My
insurance.
lenses
instead.
slowly stick out of my frames.
Yeah. Mine stick out of the back.
Hehe.
Yeah,
Thick ass
it's been,
lenses.
I even paid extra for them to be thinner. Yes. Welcome to glasses hell. We're just bitching
Welcome to
about our
glasses.
glasses. Glasses hell.
Oh god. But yeah, like Kalina, she pulls over the 15 gold. Yeah. Like
All
puts
right.
it on the counter for the guy.
He takes it and then hands you a quill that has been dipped in ink for you to sign the slip, saying that you have paid it and
Yeah, and Kalina does. Signs her name.
Nyoka snaps out of his daze and says, I thought I told you not to waste your money on me.
What? At least you can see now, right?
I'm paying you back.
That's alright if you want. I'm giving you the gift of sight.
He rolls his eyes.
Yeah, I can tell you're enjoying it though. I know that feeling.
Yeah. You make faces at each other. And the man just laughs as he folds up your slip that is for you to keep and hands it to you. He's like,
Thank you.
alright, if you ever need an update on your prescription or your frames break, you just come back and I'll get that all sorted out for you.
Will do. Thank you so much.
Of course. Have a good day.
You too. And they walk out with his new glasses.
New glasses for Nyoka.
Haha, he's gonna look like a nerd.
He's already a nerd, but he's more nerdy now.
Haha.
Ah!
I am so. Oh, I was just so tempted to do something.
What?
For solidarity, Kalina was just gonna take out her contacts and put her actual glasses on.
Aww.
Her giant, round, nerdy glasses.
I want you to know that Nyoka's glasses are actually based on my mom's glasses from high school that she still has the frames to. They're really pretty. They're, octagons.
Yeah.
Octagon glasses are pretty cool.
Yeah. My mom told me a story when she was in high school once. Her friend came up to her and she's like, I waved at you in the hallway and you didn't wave back. What the hell? And my mom was like, you waved at me? And that's when she decided she needed to go to get glasses. She was so blind she didn't even see her friend waving at her in the hallway.
Oh,
My poor blind mother. I'm just like her. Blind
Like
ass.
mother like son.
Yeah. They had me sitting in the front row of the classroom and I still couldn't see the whiteboard in 5th grade. I'm like, I cannot fucking see.
Mine was 3rd grade.
Yeah. My teacher got mad at me because he thought that the reason I wanted to sit in the front row was because I was an attention-seeking little shit.
Oh.
So,
No, it was because this little boy was trying to see.
yeah.
No.
He, like, talked to my... He went to talk to my mom. He's like, your kid is, like, obviously trying to seek some attention, always wants to sit at the front of the class, and then is always asking me to read what's on the board. Like, he can't see it. And my mom's like, what if he can't fucking see it, you dumb bitch? You stupid man, you. My 5th
Yeah.
grade teacher was a real dipshit of a man. And then the guy's like, ah, shit, I forgot that people can be blind as fuck. And then my mom took me to the fucking optometrist, and lo and behold, I'm blind as shit.
Woo! Yeah. I was in the back of the classroom and I'm like, Mrs. Gorman, I can't see the board. And she's like, okay, we'll just quick move you up to the front for the lesson today and then you should be fine. I get up there, it's not any better. Mrs. Gorman, I still can't see. It's like 10 feet away from me, maybe.
Oh no.
Probably less. And I'm like, I still can't see. And she's like, talk to your mom about it. And
Yeah.
I'm like, Mom, I can't see anything. And she's like, okay, here we go.
Alright, here we go.
I
Glasses.
finally got tested. I don't know my prescription, but the doctor's like, oh, you
Dang.
should have gotten glasses years ago.
Yeah.
I'm like, huh? Who knew?
Who'da thunk? Who'da
Who
thunkin'?
knew?
I feel like I unlocked something in you all.
The shared fucking torturous experience of not being able
Yeah.
to see shit forever.
Yep.
And then getting
not good.
glasses and being called Ben Franklin.
Yeah.
My bully said I looked like Ben Franklin with my glasses.
But Brent Franklin's like a really smart dude.
Yeah, that's what my
He was
grandpa
also a
said.
whore.
That's what my grandpa told me, but it didn't help the fact that I kind of did look like Ben Franklin. I always wore low ponytails back in the day. And I'm chubby, so I really did have that round founding father looking ass face. Sobs.
To be honest, I kind of forget that Ben Franklin was smart because the only thing I remember about him is that
Whore.
he probably had a sex cult.
Slut!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slandering Ben Franklin on this day,
Yeah,
Thursday.
the
Find out
Hellfire.
all of the founding fathers.
The
Yeah.
Hellfire Club.
And then, yeah, like apparently every morning he would take like air baths. Pretty much he would just
Oh,
sit
yeah.
naked in front of his window.
God damn, that's me! Maybe I am Ben Franklin. I just stand around naked all the fucking time. Ah, God. Ben Franklin trans. Anyways, let's fucking continue with this session, please, or else I'm gonna die.
I think we already died. I couldn't talk.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright, Kalina, you and Yoka step out back onto the street where, Tagok is at least waiting for you.
Hey, God.
And
Kalina's just like, oh, hey, Tagok.
Hey. Huh. Like your glasses.
Yoka smiles. Thank you. I can see now.
I can see
Seems pretty
details.
good.
It
He-
really does feel amazing, doesn't it? That first moment where you actually have your glasses on.
He just smiles and nods his head. Hippie boy. So, what are the heathens doing? And by heathens, I mean the little gremlin children of Colbart and Fen.
Let's
What are
go
they
to
doing?
Let's go to
What are they doing?
The goblins.
What are my gerblins doing?
Fenn's just kind of chilling somewhere with, Asumi, I think.
Hell yeah.
Fenn just kind of. Well, no, Fenn came with the meeting with, Kalina, and then Fenn just kind of walked off on a sunny spot. Just kind of resting. Not asleep, but, you know, that kind of like.
Yeah.
Kind of like dozing, resting in like a sunny spot.
Yeah. Just sunbathing with the dog. With the dog. And, Colbart, what you finna do? I know you want to find yourself a job, you unemployed bitch. Colbart! Where the fuck are you? Song! Song?
You good, bud?
I was muted.
God. Song.
Ah!
You're unemployed, you want a job, what you finna do about it, bitch?
I don't know. I followed Kalina for a little bit, then wandered off. I'm gonna make a perception check. See what I land with.
Alright. Where did my other pair of tiny
got
scissors
9.
go? Hell yeah. Colbert, you are wandering around the shopping area, and you pass by the various shops, and one of them piques your interest as you see it has a hiring sign in the front window.
I'm gonna look there.
You look up, and it is a magical supply shop for mages and wizards.
Oh, perfect. I'm a mage.
Yeah. You go inside?
Yes, I'm going inside.
As you head on inside, you see some customers that are familiar faces. You see Vestel off looking at some powders that are in little boxes on a shelf. And you see the two people that Kalina had talked to. You don't know their names, but the one in the red robes and the one in the green. There is a young-looking man at the front counter who is talking to another employee, a slightly smaller young lady who has her hair tied back in a rather messy bun.
I'm gonna go up to the employees.
Noticing your approach, they stop their conversation, and the young man says, "Hello there. What can I do for you?"
Hi, I saw your sign in the window. You're hiring here?
His eyes light up, and he's like, "Oh, gosh, yes. We're finally waiting for somebody to be interested. Would you, like to interview?"
Yes.
All right, great. I'll get the owner, and he can take you to the back, and he can have an interview with you. And
Right,
then
sounds cool.
he excitedly runs off to the back room. The young lady puts her elbows on the counter, and she says, "So, are you a mage yourself?"
Yes, I am.
Ooh, what kind? Water?
Right on the nose, right?
I mean, it's a pretty easy guess. I mean,
Yeah.
not to stereotype, but you fit the look.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it comes naturally to me, anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I'd assume so, since you're probably around the water quite a bit.
Yeah. These days, more I'm in the air. Here now.
Yeah. So, did you just move to the city?
Yes. Thing. Time's weird. I think I came yesterday. Did I come yesterday? Yeah, I came yesterday.
Wow, so you're real new. Getting
Yep.
the ball rolling pretty quick finding a job.
Yeah, I have a friend that admittedly has a bit of money, but I got two friends, but they've been paying for all of us for our entire time that we traveled together, and I'm starting to feel kind of bad. So I want to make some money so I could buy myself some stuff.
Aw. That's rather sweet of you. I mean, a lot of people would just sit back and enjoy the free ride from their friends, yeah?
Yeah. Well, I came from a small village where none of us really had much, so we always help each other out. We always pay each other back.
I think the boss is gonna like you. You seem like a good kid.
Thank you.
And then she turns her head as the young man walks back through the door that leads to the back with an older man who is walking using a rather fancy looking staff. He is quite the wizardly looking man. Long white beard, lots of wrinkles, cool robes.
Santa.
Santa.
He's a cool looking guy.
Bard.
She then reaches across the counter and gives you a light pat on your shoulder and says, "Well, good luck with the interview."
Thank you.
The young man and the owner come back over to you, and the owner says, "Hello there, young man. As I understand, you are wanting to interview for a position here."
Yes, I would.
He smiles. You can see the corners of his mustache lift up slightly, and he nods and says, "All right then, come with me." And with that, he leads you into the back room. There is a slight walk through some hallways, and he leads you to what seems to be his office. He sits down in a large chair and gestures to the one on the other side of the desk for you to take a seat.
I take a seat.
He says, "All right. So, are you a mage yourself, young man?"
Yes, I am.
Good, good. So, you definitely have some understanding of how the magic of the world works and how to harness it.
I'm at least very skilled in one particular aspect, so yes.
Might I ask what that is?
Water.
Oh, very good. We haven't had a water mage in the city for quite some time.
Interesting to hear.
We like to keep our staff diversified in their respective magic usage. We don't want to oversaturate with any one class, if you will, of magic, so that they can offer up their knowledge to the customers. If everybody knows the same magic, then we can't help anybody else. So I do think that it is good that you know water magic. The 2 employees that you have met, the young girl Enya, she harnesses lightning magic, as she is a follower of Rhiannon. And the boy, Ragan, he is a follower of Heros, and he knows fire magic. So,
Do not have a follow-up.
and I'll type out the names for you.
Thank
And yeah,
And yeah, right?
yes.
Yeah, that is.
Honestly, I was gonna spell Enya with a N and a squiggly on top because in Spanish the N and squiggly on top makes the exact same sound.
Ah,
Oh, that makes
Someone
sense.
named Enya.
I'm white, so. And I also can't type it on my keyboard.
Yeah, me either, but I was gonna write it.
Yeah.
Enya, right?
Enya.
Okay.
Enya and Ragan, the 2 employees. And he says,
That's actually, fun fact, Enya, that's actually the word for that letter. So I could honestly just put the N and squiggly on top and it'd just be the exact same thing. Just notice that. Okay.
hee hee. The man continues and he says, now, have you ever worked in a magic shop before?
No, not really. I spent pretty much my entire life fishing for my village and my folks.
He nods and says, if there were any fisheries on a sky ship, I'd say you definitely thrive there, but I suppose this is the next best place.
Yeah, I would say so. Apart from fishing and maybe a bit of skill with a dagger, I say magic is my better, a stronger suit of, a stronger area.
He nods slowly and then says, I haven't seen you around here before. Are you new to the city?
Yes, I am. I came by yesterday.
Oh, rather new. Well, it's good that you are so adamant about getting up on your feet to get a job so early. He then rummages through his desk and pulls out a few papers, and he says, all right, I'd just like you to quickly read over this and this, handing you 2 of the papers, and then he says, and if you think you would like to take on these responsibilities that would be mandatory for the job, you can fill this out. He says as he hands you the 3rd paper.
I will read. Does it have anything that I should know?
Basically, it is just a list of responsibilities, what your pay would be, and the like. It is 2 gold per day, and the responsibilities are a little lengthy. It requires you to keep stock, learn about a lot of the different items in stock to be able to tell customers about them, and there is various responsibilities, cleaning, stocking shelves, counting all of the earnings at the end of the day. The hours are fairly flexible. It says that they usually keep 2 people on staff at all times during the day, and they rotate occasionally, but you may be asked to come in to assist somebody and give your expertise on your particular area of magic if needed. And you will get extra compensation for that. Think of it as like overtime.
Cool. Overtime.
Do you think you want to do it?
How many hours a day do I need to work?
It says that the usual hours that most people work are between 5 and 10. Anywhere between that. And you can choose how many hours you'd like to work.
Then I'll take the job.
Alright.
I do a bunch of the signing things. The whole paper of that.
After you do it and hand the application back to him, he says, "Wonderful. Now, when would you like to start?"
Honestly, I could start tomorrow.
All right. And then he pulls out a little book and he scribbles down, "All right, you will be starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. You will not be doing the opening shift, but you will be coming in to switch off with the opener." It is a pleasure to have you in our service, Mr. Colbart.
Thank you. Okay, what was your name?
He raises his eyebrows and says, "Oh, goodness, I almost forgot. My name is Mr. Rainbow. That's what most people call me."
Mr. Rainbow. I love. Oh. It was a pleasure. Oh, I'm glad I get to work here with you, Mr. Rainbow.
He gives you a kind smile and then says, "I'll be looking forward to seeing you tomorrow, young Colbart," as he gives you a light pat on your shoulder,
Yay.
leading you out to the front of the store again.
Cool.
I finished munching my mangoes.
Oh, poor child. She ate her mango.
Big sad.
My mango.
Mango.
Eats mango, sad that mango is gone.
I love the dried mangoes.
Gosh.
Mango.
Colbart,
Mango.
Colbart, as you step out into the front of the store, the 2 employees there stop what they are doing and they kind of shuffle over to you and they're like, "So, how'd it go?"
I think it went well. I got the job. I'm starting tomorrow.
They cheer for you. "Ah, hell yeah!" The young man gives you a rather harsh slap on the back. Friendly, but, you know, he's a bit rowdy. And they're like, "So, what's your name, kid?"
My name's Colbart.
"Well, Colbart, we are looking forward to seeing you tomorrow." And then
Yeah,
Ragan points at Enya and says, "She'll be opening tomorrow, so I think you'll be taking over her shift, because I'm scheduled for the afternoon. But it's gonna be you, and then God, what's that guy's name? Ice? Yeah, Ice. Ice is gonna be joining you for your shift, and then you'll switch off with Ragan and Pine.
Ice, baby.
Ice, but it's got a
Ice
Y
baby.
in it.
Uh-huh.
Ice, but it's got
Even
a Y in it.
edgier.
Ice.
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 Amazing.
Ice.
And then
Amazing.
Pine.
I'm role playing a job.
Man, capitalism really got to you.
Yeah, capitalism really got to.
It's a small business, so it's not that bad.
Yeah, it's better.
Support
still.
your local businesses on your
Support
flying
local.
city.
Awesome.
And with that, Colbart, you have secured a job, and your first day is tomorrow.
Woo!
Yeah.
You're
That was
lucky.
easy.
You're lucky you're not doing the opening shift, because you're gonna have to stay up a little later tonight for seeking audience with Koss.
For cause.
Woo!
Ocean. Ocean Bay. Take another head.
Man, this city must be going pretty
Shame
fast
on
for
me.
Get
Yeah.
someone make that money.
Does anybody else want to do any shopping or things? Or would you just like a time skip? A slight time skip.
I can think of one
Uh-huh.
that I want to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, screw it, I'll do it. Why not?
Yeah, okay, go for it.
While you do that, I'm gonna go take meds.
Okay.
Everybody's doing their
I'm
meds.
just
like-
chilling here.
Yeah, it's like.
Tagok follow.
Yeah,
I
take out
follow.
Yeah,
I do my
follow.
thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I'm guessing like as Nyoka, Tagok, and Kalina are walking along, really just kind of thinking.
What you thinking about, Kalina?
Just a little something. Just thinking back to your dad, I guess.
He kind of quirks up an eyebrow. Yeah?
You know, when I last saw him at the dinner,
Yeah?
he made his way all the way out the
Nyoka sighs kind of heavily. Yeah, he does that a lot. He doesn't really want to ask a lot of people for help. Even Chatu.
I don't know if he would like it, but if he insists on being independent, then maybe I could get him something to help him more.
Yeah? What you thinking? Sort of staff or something?
Or a cane.
A cane for cane.
Nyoka pauses, processing the word pun, and then he snorts and says, "Oh, all right, that's funny."
But yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I
mean-
just hope I can find one that's tall enough for him.
I feel like you'd find better luck on some sort of big walking staff.
Probably, yes. Now, where would we go for that?
Weapon shop maybe? If they have like magical ones or just like blunt staffs.
I think he would need anything too fancy, just
Yeah.
strong enough for him.
Yeah. We can always look around.
Yeah. I hope you would like it. It's not much, but
Nyoka puts his hand on your shoulder and says, he doesn't get gifts often. I think he's gonna like anything you give him.
Kalina blinks, but then she smiles. Alright.
Right then. Let's go find a staff. You begin searching the shopping ship for the hint of any place that would possibly have a staff that is big enough and strong enough for Kane to use as a walking stick.
Perception roll from
Yes.
me, Tagar, and Yoka.
Yeah. Teguk.
Tagar can do well because you have good perception.
You want me to do a perception roll?
Yeah.
Okay.
Teguk
Sorry,
gonna help a
I'm
little
kinda
bit.
zoning in and out, man.
No, that's
You're
okay.
good, you're good.
Perception.
Ooh, that was not good.
Good thing I have a high bonus. 11 total.
I
Oh,
got
boy.
a 2 base plus 2, that's
Oh.
4.
Oh god.
I had a
You're
7
lucky
base,
Nyoka
so
just
plus
got his
4.
glasses. You're all looking around and you can't seem to spot anything that's out in the open that would give you any indication. But Nyoka then taps you on your shoulder and he says, "Look over there." And he points to a shop that is slightly tucked away behind the crowd. And you see that it has various staves, scepters, and wands of all different sizes displayed. All different sizes and materials are on display at this shop.
Oh, hi, Yoka.
He smiled and said, "Looks like my new glasses are doing me well."
I love him. I love him.
The boy.
I just, the urge to draw him with glasses is so strong.
Do it.
Do it, draw the boy.
I will when I have time.
He-
Onward to the shop.
The shop.
Shop.
Woo!
As you go up to the shop front, you can see absolute rows and rows of staves, scepters, canes, and wands. They are all lined up in perfect rows. And it sprawls down the entire length of the shop, which is pretty long.
Oh, wow. Okay.
As you step into it, a middle-aged looking man who looks a bit weathered looks up at you from his whittling away at another wand. And he says, "Hello there. What are you looking for today?"
We are looking for a staff. A walking staff, specifically.
Ah, nothing magical. All right.
Yeah, nothing magical. Just something sturdy, but also light, I guess. More for walking than any sort of combat.
And then Nyoka pipes up, raising his finger. And for someone that's quite big, too. The man kind of looks over and says, "How big?"
Boy.
About 7.5 feet, give or take. The man kind of widens his eyes in disbelief,
Oh,
and
damn.
he's like, "Oh, well." That's, quite the staff, but I think I might have something, he says as he gets up from his stool behind the counter and starts walking farther towards the back of the shop. You follow him?
Boy. I guess. Let's go.
As you get farther and farther away from the front window, you see now that the size of the staves are going up increasingly as it gets further from the front window. He has everything organized by size. And he nears quite literally the very back wall. And you see him struggle slightly to drag out a large staff that is made out of a deep red wood. It is very polished and streamlined. It is not perfectly straight. It has a slight curvature to it and a little area that would be perfect for one's fingers to grip onto. And he says, "All right, 7.5-ish feet tall. This one should be pretty good. It's gonna be a little more on the pricey side, considering its size and then the type of wood it is. You said you needed it to be strong, so
That's quite alright.
this type of wood, it's called iron wood, because it's hot as iron. So, I would imagine this would work quite well for whoever you're giving this to." Nyoka then leans down to you and says, "How are we gonna lug this thing around?"
Kalina. She blinks.
Surprising. It's gonna take all three of us, Nyoka says, pointing to Tagok and then the two of you, to carry that thing around. And you're gonna try to carry that thing back to the Deep Realm. You'll fall over.
I can try.
Try you might, but you're gonna get smushed by it. I guess I can't stop you. You've got your mind set on something, but
I'm gonna bring that stuff to your father, alright?
I know you will. The man is
Try
just
to
kind of watching you bicker at each other. He's like leaning with the staff, hand kind of on his hip a little bit as he's just watching you with interest. Like, oh god, they're bickering. How fun.
And at least try to get it back to the inn.
Yes.
The shopkeep pipes up and then says, "Do you need a shrinking enchantment to transport it?"
That would actually be quite helpful, yes.
Alright. It's gonna be a small extra charge, but
That's
Considering,
alright, I think we would be well worth it.
Yeah. Tagok is gonna
I kind of
Ah!
try it.
rah.
My 5'6" little
Jojo.
self tried
No,
to lift up this fucking huge staff.
She's getting her workout in, guys. She's doing
Fucking
her.
fight me, I have a big stick.
She's gonna deadlift it, guys. Oh my god. The man then kind of lifts it up a little bit and puts it on his shoulder and then starts walking back to the front counter. He takes the tag that was wrapped around it off and puts it on the counter as he rummages behind and gets something. He ties a little silk ribbon with a paper tag on it that has a runic inscription. He then does something with his fingers that was a little too quick to see, and then you see the staff shrink up to the size of a wand.
Oh wow.
He grabs a little wand box that is lined with fabric, and he gently places it inside, and then says, "Alright, when you're ready to make it big again, just rip the tag off and be careful to not let it impale you or knock you down.
Will do.
I suggest holding it vertical upright."
Alright.
He then places the lid on the box and ties twine around it, securing it nicely so that it doesn't open and fall out. And then he grabs the tag that had the price scrawled on it, and he says, "Alright, ironwood staff, 8 feet tall."
Oh my god.
I want to lift it.
God,
I want to try and lift it.
Tagok!
I want to try it.
Yeah, but it's alright.
I am powerful.
You can lift it, just lift up the box.
I will maybe not be able to do fire magic yet, but I'm a strong bitch who's overconfident.
And he says, "Alright, base, it was going to be 60, and then with the enchantment, that's going to be an extra 20. So it's going to be 80 gold for that."
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh damn.
Holy shit.
He carves these all by hand himself.
Oh damn. But I'm
And
literally gonna use the last of my money, oh my god.
How much money did you have?
A lot.
Nyoka puts his hand on your shoulder and says, "Let's split it." Yeah, I mean, it's a gift from my dad. I gotta put in a little bit of money in. 40 and 40? You each put the 40 gold on the counter, and he counts it up quickly and then swipes it off of the counter into a little bag before placing it back on. He says, "All right then. I hope whoever you are buying this for enjoys it greatly."
I sure hope he will.
And with that, you are free to leave the shop. As you leave the shop, you notice that the sun is starting to set a little bit. And the sky is starting to turn a pretty pink and orange. Nyoka says, you know, I think we should get something to eat before we get to Kosa's temple. We don't want to meet a goddess on an empty stomach.
Yes, that would be wise decision.
Even though I'm sure she'd tried to feed us, especially me.
Hey, I would expect that you didn't.
Yeah. She likes raw things, though. And, I don't mind it, but I don't think all of you would be too adamant to eat a ton of raw fish.
Yeah, Tagok looks towards Tagok.
Nyoka snorts a little bit at the implication of using Tagok's hair to cook the fish.
I was more thinking of the fire magic, but
He thought of her hair, and he laughed.
Flavin just looks at him and is like, what? She has fire magic?
Oh, I was thinking of using her hair like a bonfire. Sorry. I know, it's silly. Sorry.
If
Yep.
you're mad enough, then I'll be able to cook you.
He laughs a little bit. Just, you know. Think we should, gather up the, rest of the group and go get dinner?
Yes.
As the three of you are walking through the streets, it's a lot more clear now. There's not as many people. Most people are headed into restaurants or have gone home to eat dinner. You see Colbart wandering around by himself.
Oh, Lord. But
Nyoka leans in. I don't think he's noticed us yet.
wait, is song muted?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, there you are. There you are, buddy.
Yeah. I don't think he's noticed us yet.
Probably not.
Hold back.
Huh? Oh, hi.
Going out for dinner. You wanna come?
Yes. Yo. Guess what?
What?
I got a job.
You did?
Wow.
Where?
Yeah.
That was quick.
First place I went to, boom, right off the bat.
Damn. You must be pretty charming.
Maybe.
Well, last two people we need to find, Clement and Fen.
That's a combo.
If I was Clement, where would I be? Probably getting coffee. I know the old man.
How long have you known each other exactly?
Oh, I've known him since I was a kid, actually.
Oh, wow.
Him and my father were pretty good friends, and when my father passed away, he became part of my life even more.
Oh. So he's like kind of like a second dad to you, almost.
In a way, yes. He did a good job in raising. He took a big part in raising me and my siblings. So, since my mother couldn't always be around,
Yeah.
he would sometimes just be around and take care of us.
Yeah. He seems like a good guy. Haven't really talked to him
Yeah,
all that much
he is.
yet.
A bit old and grumpy, but you get used to it.
He's not that old,
Eh,
Nyoka says. And you, for a second, remember that Nyoka is far, far older than he is.
yeah, I know, but in mortal years he is.
How old is he anyway? Exactly.
40 something? I've lost track, but I always call him old.
Ah. So he's about as old as my dad. Huh.
Oh?
Well, in, God years, I guess. Things work a bit differently.
If you don't mind my asking, how do God years work and how do they translate to mortal years?
Well, I guess it's every 1,000 years translates to 1 mortal year.
Is it the other way around?
No, like
No,
every
'cause, like,
every 1,000 years,
there's one God, you said mortal year.
yeah, 1 equivalent.
I know it. Yeah, one equivalent. Okay.
1 equivalent
Yeah.
year.
Alright, gotcha. Yeah, Kalina nods. She's like, I see. So, your father would be 40,000. Oh, wow.
Nyoka laughs. Yeah. And, of course, him and his brother are the 2 youngest, so
Oh, dear.
Koss is the, oldest sibling. I think she's like 63,000, I think.
Hi.
Yeah. But it's nothing compared to how old I have been told that my grandparents are. Or were. As you are walking and talking, Tegak, you see Clement
Very.
sitting outside of a coffee shop
Oh, called it.
at a little table
Called it.
talking to another man who looks to be about his age.
Kalina see him?
And Tegak is the first to see him.
Oh,
Since
sorry.
the two,
Okay. It's
since
okay.
you and Nyoka are talking.
Oh, there he is.
Oh. And Kalina turns her head to see him and sees that he's at a coffee shop. Hold it.
He really likes coffee, huh?
Yeah. He basically lives on that stuff.
Don't say
the way
Fen
it's-
though.
They're probably just wandering around somewhere across the meet. They don't like crowds that much.
Maybe. Maybe they found another tree.
I
Tree.
wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, Kalina, like, she calls out to Clement.
Clement looks up from his conversation and waves over to you.
Yeah,
He-
it's your daughter.
He says something to the man he's sitting with, and then gets up from the table, taking one last sip from his cup before placing it down and waving goodbye to the person he was making conversation with, coming over to y'all.
Hey there, Clement.
Hello. Y'all kids have fun?
Yes, we did. And she kind of gestures over to Miyoko. This one can finally see now.
He looks up at Nyoka and the big glasses and he's like, "Aw." Well, that's good. Are y'all ready to go back to the inns already?
We were actually going to ask you if you'd like to go out to dinner with us.
Oh, yeah. That sounds like a great idea.
Right. Now we just need to find Ben. That's where we have to
As you look around at the nearly empty streets, you see that along the middle of the road there are little manicured sitting areas with grass and little trees and planted flowers and bushes. You see the wagging of a tail from behind one of the bushes that is a little farther away, closer near the entrance of the ship. Big fluffy tail, you know exactly who that is. Baby. The
Be
bubby.
good.
The bubby. You all start walking over to where you see the dog. The dog.
Doug. Oh.
It's a good. It's a good gif, Foxy. Good gif.
Thank you.
Do you?
Look at the face.
Asumi and Fen are faced away from all of you. The two of them are kind of cuddling a little bit, almost sleeping. Not really, just kind of relaxing.
Ed,
Yeah.
do you want to go out to dinner with us?
Mm-hmm. Sure. Why not?
Okay. No, I believe that's all of us.
Nyoka claps his hands together and says, "Alright, I believe I saw a restaurant that looked quite good just over there," he says. And he points over and you see a sign that is hanging that pictures a bowl of soup that looks real good and a loaf of bread next to each other. Like, you know,
Jade, it's good soup.
bread and
Good
soup. Bread and soup. Bread and soup.
Good soup. But also, y'all remember the last time we had soup?
When was the last time y'all had soup?
Helena got kidnapped.
Don't!
We were drugged.
Not the soup!
We
You're
were
not gonna
drugged the last time we had soup.
This is a restaurant, though. Of course.
I don't know if anybody else wants to do this. What?
Of course. This is the second time we've had to split it up. This is the second time we've had to
it's
split
okay.
it up.
Like, I guess still stay for a while. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, like, the meds are starting to, like, kick in a little bit. And having someone else talk.
Dunk your face in ice water.
Yeah, also because it is getting kind of late. It's almost midnight.
Do you want to just time skip to after dinner?
Probably, yeah.
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 Like, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Because I want to see the ocean goddess.
Yeah. Just say what you probably ate at the restaurant and
Good
we'll just
soup.
go on. Good soup.
Good soup.
Everybody had some good fucking soup.
Meat,
Good
any
soup.
sort of meat with soup, but any sort of meat if they have it, and then I got something for Oscar.
Yeah.
We also
Big.
had
Asumi had some good soup for dogs.
yeah, good.
Yes.
Everybody had some good food at the restaurant. It wasn't too expensive.
Yeah,
Good soup.
good soup.
Good soup. All right. As you step out of the restaurant, you see at the very front of the fleet, you see Barika waving her arm high above her head for you to see.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
As you near her, she yells over the bridge of the ship, "There it is! The Temple of Mother Kos," she says as she is pointing ahead of her.
Yeah.
All of you go up onto the high deck of the ship where she is steering, and you can see off on the horizon a spire that is rising high above the crashing waves. You watch as the moon aligns itself with an opening that is near its peak.
Oh, okay.
The moon's light shines through it like a spotlight, and it lands upon the party, bathing you all in moonlight.
Symbolism.
Kalina, you hear a voice in your head. It is the voice of Cain, and he says,
Oh,
"She beckons thee. Now is the time to seek audience with Kos."
like, is she like things like pain? Pain?
Yep.
Does he actually hear her though?
Nah, he's just telling you things. He holds dominion over the moon, so it would make sense
Oh,
That's the Wi-Fi.
that he speaks to you in the moonlight.
that is so dramatic and stupid. I love it.
Haha.
But yes, Helena hears this and just kind of blinks. Like, okay. Alright.
Baraka turns to all of you and says, "Now, I cannot get any closer with the fleet. I'm going to have to send a smaller ship with all of you on it and, well, someone to steer it. I don't want to accidentally have the wind blow the fleet into the temple and damage it somehow."
Yes, of course. But I will be a fire.
Yeah. Yeah. The small ship that she sends all of you out on is a sail ship, it looks like, but it has little wings made of canvas that jut from the sides and the bottom. There is one person other than the party who is joining you, and he is steering the ship. You my brain.
Oh no.
The
Oh no.
my brain. It's broken. Shut up, I know. It's broken.
We're at
I'm-
Kasa's temple.
I'm just trying to think of what I can do since Foxy is muted. Like, specifically. Like, if I have to change anything. Or wait. The, man that is steering the ship for you, pulls away from the fleet, and as you near the temple, he tells you that after you all dismount, he will pull away from the temple, allowing you all some privacy, and for you to signal to him when you're ready to leave. Within a few minutes, the, You back, Foxy? Yeah. Crank up the volume on your mic. Oh, God.
Oh dear.
Just get closer. Just get closer. Yeah. A little bit. Okay. Within a few minutes, the ship is right up at the temple. You are able to dismount right at the area where the moonlight had shined through before. And as you get off of the small ship, you can see that this area that you stand in now is a large, almost circular room with pillars that hold up a peaked roof.
Okay.
Sparkling beads, you cannot tell what they are, hang from the ceiling in little chains and threads. And the floor itself dips into a large bowl-like structure at its center. In front of each of the pillars, there are statues of soldiers with their arms out as if they are holding someone. They are not mounted on pedestals, but they are mounted to the ground. As you all step in and situate yourself and watch as the small sail ship pulls a fair bit away from the temple, Nyoka turns to all of you and says, "All right, everybody, find a soldier and hold on," he says as he steps to the closest soldier, ducking and then letting himself be shielded by the stone arms of the statue holding on to it.
I guess Kalina does the same.
All right.
Sure.
Yes. Everybody make a strength roll.
Oh, God.
Just generic strength.
Strength with advantage because you are using a tool that is helping you to stay grounded.
Okido.
Okay, first one was a 4 total. Not good. Okay, second one was a little bit better.
And you're rolling a
13
strength
base.
saving throw. You just want
That's
to roll.
better.
Yeah, I got a 13 base, and then -3, so 10 right in the middle. And advantage, so yeah.
It's a
I
strength
think
check,
it's-
right?
Yes,
Yeah.
just a check.
Or the highest. Out of the 8 and a 7, the highest is 8.
God.
Total 18.
All right.
I think. And
Mine would be 15.
I
Okay.
think you did, Fen, I think you did a saving
That's
throw.
Okay. How do I do a check?
You just roll and then add your strength modifier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Or if you're clicking, go to strength up at the top, not in the box that says saving throws.
Oh,
Like the top one right underneath your name.
yep. And then just an 8.
All right. Half the party does all right, and half the party is not having a great time.
I mean, I'm right in the middle. So
Yeah. You're there.
yeah.
Helena with her -3.
As all of you are able to follow what Nyoka has done and hold on to the cold marble arms of the statues, you wait for a moment, hearing nothing but the roaring of the waves below, until you see the waves crash up against the sides of the temple. You imagine that the water would have had to have traveled hundreds of feet from the surface of the ocean to where you are now.
I just
And-
realized Pagok's not gonna like this.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And all of
I
you
love it.
all of you watch as the temple begins to flood with seawater, swirling around all of you. Most of you are able to easily grab hold of the statues and stay perfectly grounded. Kalina, you slip a little bit as, well, your heels are not too sturdy as the water comes rushing past your feet. Colbart, the slippery bottoms of your feet kind of get swept up, and you are left dangling from the arms of the statue. Fen, as you are trying to hold Asumi and hang on at the same time, you are left dangling by one arm as you carefully try to hold Asumi with both your free arm and your legs wrapping around her
Oh,
body.
Oh no.
It seems like the water is endless as it swirls around the room. It makes no sense, almost, as you are not at sea level. Why would so much water be up here? But soon you begin to notice that the waves pull back, and the water that is left all floods into the center of the room and the bowl. You watch as it sloshes in this deep, curved floor, and as it begins to twist and churn. As you regain your footing, you watch the water rise and begin to take form. Oh god, I did the wrong thing. Oh god, I'm doing the wrong thing on the thing. God dang it.
Oh no.
There. There's her. Dang it.
Is this familiar to
Yeah.
what it is?
There she is.
Oh my god. Cobart panicking a little bit, but also super hella excited. And just
Well, yeah, he
what-
is face to face with his goddess. Like,
Mm-hmm.
the person that fucking saved me.
Yes. The water begins to take form, and then it fades, dissipating into the goddess Kos. She looms far above their heads. You all crane your necks far up to look at her. She simply gazes down at all of you and says, I have been awaiting your arrival, my dears.
Helena bows before her, I guess,
Agok definitely bows
even though she's sopping wet.
and very uncomfortable.
A little bit wet.
You can see it steaming off of her. The steam.
Albert just stunned and staring wide-eyed.
Steaming like a towel.
All of you watch as her very tall form shrinks to one of a more approachable size. She is closer to Kane's height now. Still very tall, but you're definitely not going to hurt your necks trying to look up at her. She looks down at all of you and says, do you seek a blessing for your journey?
I had a thought, and now it's gone. It's gone. The meds took it.
Oh no,
Oh.
the meds took it.
The meds took it away.
Nyoka. I'll have Nyoka do a thing for you. Don't you worry, my child.
Thank you.
Nyoka steps forward and he says, yes, Kos. He gives her like a very friendly smile and he's like, and if you were to
Auntie.
also have any wisdom to give to us, that would be most helpful as well. As he steps forward, you see a very lazy smile appear on her face, and she kneels down in front of him. And she's like, my, how you've grown, Nyoka. You've gotten quite big since I've seen you, she says as she pats his head. He just smiles at her, and then she pushes the glasses on the bridge of his nose up, and she says, although it seems that you've definitely inherited your father's poor eyesight, you poor thing, she says as she lightly pats his cheek.
No.
But wisdom that I can give you for your journey, I will say that you are indeed on the correct path, and your diligence will be rewarded. It seems that with every word she speaks, she must take a heavy breath, as if maybe it's hard for her to breathe out of water.
Oh no. Walmart. Walmart people.
No.
Do magic for your goddess.
Uh,
Yeah, just like holds up water
Impress
to her
fish
nose,
mom.
like, ma'am, I got you.
Hobart is on like legitimately like nervous
Mhm.
and excited at the same time, but hearing that, he might. I don't know if he kind of wants to ask permission first. I can have water as around you if you like.
Super shy. Oh, just like fingers pointing together.
Exactly. Like legitimately, I imagine him like so
Baby.
shy because you have the person that has saved you when you were a child standing right in front of you. It's like,
She smiles down gently at you and then turns towards you as she is still crouched down. She says, "You do not have to worry about me, my child. I am all right," she says as she gives you a very light pat on your head. Careful not to hurt your fin.
Ah, look at you.
She then sort of like looks around to the rest of the group and she says, "I'm sure you are all worried about what our father Zephyrus may be thinking of your mission."
Yes. A little bit.
She nods and says, "I must tell you that you need not worry. He has no true ruling authority or ability to hurt you. Any adversary you should meet along your way is not being sent to do so by him. Though there are others influenced by him, though not directly, who may wish to stop you.
I
They
believe we've already had something like that.
one of the followers of the sins, no doubt. They are growing corrupt since Zephyrus took up the mantle as the life giver. Unfortunately.
Yes, that is what happened. I also just remember that Yoka doesn't know what happened.
Yeah. You just refuse to tell him. You're just
Yeah.
like, we're not gonna tell him about it.
Just like I just never brought it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Koss then reaches beneath one of the folds of her skirt and brings out something in her hands. She opens her hands up and in it lay 2 bracelets. They look like leaves that are wrapped around one another. They are the shapes of the Aureus leaves. And on them there are little pearls and emeralds that hang. The emeralds are what's the actual shape of that crystal? Damn, I don't know shapes. You know, fucking
Dodecahedron.
no, not the dodecahedron. Like, fuck it. The same jewelry that's on the verbena reference I have. It's that, but I don't know the word for that specific shape of.
How many sides does it
A
have?
jewel.
Like, it's not specifically. It's like hanging. It's a hanging crystal formation that is not teardrop shaped. It is more faceted. That is all I'll say. My
Pyramid.
No, it's not a pyramid.
2 pyramids together.
No, it's not that either. Not really.
It's a
but
shape.
I'm not gonna fucking dwell on it anymore.
It's a shape.
Yes, they are elongated shapes that dangle. She holds them out to you and says, "You now have 2 of 3. I sense 1 is with you, so now you only need the other 3." Did I say 2 of 3? I meant 2 of 5.
Yeah, I did.
2 of 5. My brain is
You
fucked.
tried.
My brain counted 1, the ring, and then the 2 wrist cuffs, and my brain was like, yes, 3. Yes, 3. She stands again after she has handed off the bracelets to you, and she says, "Now it is time that you seek audience with my sister, Avina. She will give you the next blessing." Everybody's too fucking nervous. They're just like stares at her.
I would speak, but I'm trying to be quiet.
Yeah.
Well, Kobold will pop in and say, "Thank you for your blessing."
She smiles and says, "Of course, my child. I know this mission of yours is not an easy one, but even if what you choose to do is betraying our father, we will help you."
Oh,
Betrayal arc.
Betrayal arc. Keep the
We can
blessings.
punch him.
Yeah.
Yes, we can go punch him.
we can punch him.
Kobold is just thinking over and over, and he said, "Does she remember? Does she remember? Does she know this is me? Does she remember me? Does she recognize me?" Entire time.
Yeah.
Oh.
She as she is like speaking to all of you, she keeps occasionally glancing down at you, Colbart. You can see just her one eye that is not covered by her hair keeps drifting down to you. She kneels back down to you and says, "You have a pendant, do you not?"
Oh,
Yes, I do.
She gently holds out her hand to you.
I'll take the pendant and just like hold it up. I guess it's not. Yeah.
What she does is she takes your hand and closes it around the pendant, and then she gently flips your hand over and brings it up to her lips, laying a gentle kiss on the back of your hand. You feel a ebbing warmth from the pendant in your hand and a swell in your chest. She gives you a light pat on your hand before standing back up without a word. She then says to all of you, "Do keep the blessings safe. If they are to be lost, your mission will not be able to be completed." Goodbye, my children. I hope to see you again soon. And with that, she begins dissolving into sea foam, which slides off the edges of the temple and back into the ocean below. End of session 11.
Ah.
So, my dears, how you feeling?
Fucking tired.
Tired. Yeah.
Tired. Foxy's screaming. What's she screaming about?
We met 2 gods today.
Yes, you
We
did.
met 2 gods.
We met
Call
2
him
gods today.
The person that saved him.
And the
Yep.
other one we thought was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or some shit.
Everybody's brain is not working right now. Well, we will see you all again
See y'all
Next
next
Thursday.
Time, chat.
next
Thursday.
Thursday for session
Same
12.
bat time, same bat channel.
Yep. Session 12. Where the party will be
Foxy says
going.
bye.
Foxy says bye. Ah!